Welcome to the Stay Hot podcast. I am your host, Patrick Kelch. I want to remind everyone to like and subscribe on their way into the show tonight. Want to shout out our sponsor, 14K Sports Media, Game Recognized Game. And thank you to all of you guys each and every night for showing up like you always do. We're going to start the show tonight with some breaking news. This has just happened in the last few minutes. Not for sure if you've seen this or who's aware, but Marcus Spears Jr. is considering reclassifying to 26 per Travis Branham. In an interview with KSR earlier today, Mark Pope received a phone call. He said, "Oh, that's important. I'll call him right back." Coincidence? So we'll talk about that and much more after the intro. Oh, sorry, I fell asleep waiting for another Mark Pope commitment. Welcome to the Stay Hot podcast. I am your host, Patrick Kelch. Thank you for your support. Big Blue Nation continues to show up and show out. Not to mention
small town roads, big dreams, gym floor scars, blue seams. I come from where they keep score. Real coach, real talk, real war.
Stay Hot podcast. I am your host, Patrick Kelch. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. What's up, Josh? What's up, Bruce? Thanks for being here. But yeah, I just saw this here recently. Actually, just in the last several minutes, I was getting ready to come on the show, and I happened to do a little bit of look on Twitter before I joined, and seems like Marcus Spears is considering reclassifying to 2026. Not sure what that means. I know Kentucky's in really good position with Marcus Spears. I think it's a really good get. I think it's an even better get if we can keep him 2 years. He also provides us some depth at the 4 position, the power forward spot, which I think, as we've heard, Coach Pope said on the interview, which we're going to listen to here in a minute, on the interview with KSR today, he kind of didn't so much say the words, but basically said if he was going to fill that 15th spot, that he would like to do it with a backup 5, or somebody that can provide some depth at the 4, or maybe a 2-3. Marcus Spears is a good one to get. So I'll leave that up there on the screen. We still got some people coming in. I know there's people that'll be joining that probably haven't heard that yet. But, you know, that's great news. We felt like we've liked our position with him for some time, and it seems like we've liked our position with him a lot more once Ryan Hampton committed, since we know that him and Ryan Hampton are cousins. So this is huge. I think it's great that we have the opportunity to fill that spot with somebody such as him. You know, I know a lot of people were disappointed. Clyde, after the FIBA and new rankings came out, CJ Rosser was the number 1 player in the class. So, but I'd be curious to see where Marcus Spears lands in the 26 class if he were to reclassify. But I'm going to share my screen and give you all some other. This is the I think this is the article on KSR that's kind of a pay site. But it says rumors have been swirling around Marcus Spears Jr., the number 1 overall recruit in the 27 class. I guess it depends on which service you look at, but CJ Rosser was listed number 1 after the FIBA. Talks have been swirling over a potential reclassification to 2026 as schools including Kentucky, Arizona, Texas, LSU, and others pursue the 5-star talent. On the eve before the first July live period, here's the latest information. The rumor swirling around the nation's top recruit for the last week has been that the 6'9" power forward could reclassify In recent days, one source pushed back on the speculation, but the smoke came flooding back on Wednesday. When Spears' Drive Nation team faced Team Why Not on Wednesday afternoon in Las Vegas in front of a large crowd of media and NBA scouts, Spears was noticeably absent, and his absence immediately raised eyebrows. Multiple sources familiar with the situation now indicate that a reclassification is a possibility, though it is not a certainty. All right, let me go get the other side of this. All right, let me share my screen to get the back half of this article. All right, it says multiple sources familiar with the situation now indicate that a reclassification is a real possibility, though it's not a certainty. If Spears reclassifies, the 17-year-old would have 2 years remaining before becoming NBA draft eligible in 2028. So that answers my question a second ago. So that's nice. It kind of similar situation what Costa Rica had. Several programs have been actively pursuing him, including LSU, Arizona, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Texas, several of which still have available scholarships for the 26-27 season. I'd say LSU and Kentucky, I know, have scholarships available. Of those, the Texas Longhorns have been talked about in Las Vegas as the team to watch the closest. Kind of surprises me. Reclassification has become increasingly common in today's recruiting landscape, and the nation's top prospect now sits at the center of a major storyline with 2 live periods still remaining. The first live period officially tips off Thursday with college coaches and the entire basketball industry out in full force. All right. So there you go. If you, that was the On3 pay site was the article there. So they say Texas is the team to watch for Spears, which I can't argue with that. But I would think our chances decrease maybe of next year, considering Hampton's a 27. I got your back, Todd Cask. But So that's great news to start the show off with. Great news as in what I mean great news is new news that most people probably don't have. Who's the important number? What's this? What are you talking about here? Crash. So, yeah, Marcus Spears Jr. may be reclassified. Raised eyebrows when he wasn't at the game today in the live period out in Las Vegas. I'll be in Las Vegas tomorrow, so if I see Marcus Spears walking around, I'll let you know. I'm hoping to see the Cats basketball team as well, but important number was, okay. I got you. The important number that called Mark Pope was someone who buys and sells houses with cash offers regardless of condition. I got you. Okay, I'm sorry. Took me a minute. So yeah. It's also been reported that Pope has also been in contact on the last few weeks, several Zooms with European players after I guess he's kind of moved on from Costa Rica. And I told you all this last week. I know what Costa Rica told Kristen McPeak, that he still hadn't made his decision. I just think that's what he has to say. His decision's been made. I've heard about 3 different stories this week, which are all kind of, it's just funny how some people hear something and take it and run. I'm guilty of it as well. But, I heard that he's silently committed to UCLA, which is what I believe. They're just trying to get the academics and I guess enrollment and stuff in place before they announce it. I heard that Kentucky's going back to the drawing board one more time to make him an offer he can't refuse, which I have no belief in whatsoever. And then the last one I heard was that Mark Pope had walked away and he's going to turn his recruiting efforts elsewhere. But also I think that he said on KSR in his interview today that he didn't feel like a desperate need to fill the last spot. I haven't heard the whole interview, and I could be messing that up. That's why we're going to listen to it. David, that was on Monday, and you're just now hearing that? We don't want to talk about that. They lost. But we found out today that he's offered Serbian Center courtesy of Dylan. I haven't heard anything about it, but in a fairness, a lot of my people are on vacations. I just found that out too. Well, I heard they had a Zoom with Baco. I didn't know that they had offered him. I read an article about him. They say he's kind of a good big for Mark Pope's system. He has good vision. They say now I'm going to tell you what the article said, but they say his game resembles that of Nikola Jokic. I think that's high praise. Not only is it high praise, I think it's also a lot of pressure to be putting on a kid to compare him to that. But they say his vision, they say he can shoot the ball from the perimeter. Just, and they wanted somebody, Pope wants somebody in that 5 spot that can kind of provide some insurance policy, I guess, if Kepnong is not able to stay healthy the whole year. Let me share the screen here. I've got the interview already queued up. When we play this interview on KSR with Mark Pope, I'm not playing this interview with Mark Pope for people to come in and bash KSR. It's not what it is here for. We're doing it, to listen to the Mark Pope interview. So, I think I shared the wrong. All right, let me quit sharing my screen and try sharing it again. Share screen. All right. So this is Mark Pope's interview this morning. It lasts for about 20 minutes of the last 20 minutes of hour one. Any kind of commercial or break, I'll kind of fast forward through. And I think I'm not for sure if it comes on any at all in hour two. I do know that the UK basketball team was flying to Vegas while he was in KSR studios. So it must mean he was going down at a different time. So let me see. All right.
Presented by Stockton Mortgage. Here's Matt Jones.
Welcome back, Kentucky Sports Radio. Happy to be joined by Mark Pope. Mark, great to see you.
I'm happy to be here, man.
I like
nice
that blue
sweatsuit
you got going there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
UK gear, I think, has improved in the last year or two. I don't know if you had anything to do with it or not, but I like it.
Man, when I was here 30 years ago, we had all of it going on too. It was controversial at the time with the denim and then with the
Hey, look at this right here.
Look
at these.
Yeah.
I got the denim
hat.
Converse on
Got
for
the
you.
Meadowlands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've been setting the standard for a long time.
Well, let's talk. We only have you for a little while, so I actually want to get substantive basketball questions, if you're good with that, because I know people would like to hear it. Let's talk about the team coming up this year. You've got 14 players, a lot of whom we don't know. How are workouts going, and what do you think of the group you've seen so far? I know a couple are injured.
I like our gym. Our gym feels good. We set out with some very clear intentions as we work through the portal, trying to put this particular team together. And I think I like where we are. I think we have a ton of creator vibe, and we're seeing that on the practice floor. We got a ton of length, a ton of shooting, in some really fun different levels. And I think we have some, when we get healthy, this center spot's going to be a real strength for us. So it's a good group. There's unbelievable juice on the practice floor, as there always should be in the summer. But this group is going to be special, and it's been fun, man. Every day is a joy to walk into that gym.
Was there anything you saw that maybe didn't work last year with the team that when you put this roster together, you said, I want to make sure I get that?
Well, yes. I mean, this whole, and we've talked about it a lot publicly over the last couple of months, but this whole vibe of having more creators on the floor is really important to us. And we could get deep into the weeds on that, where we have more guys that are capable of actually creating shots for themselves and creating shots for teammates that are causing power plays on the floor. So power play is just a term we use from hockey. We stole it from hockey, where anytime that you can earn a second defender and you earn the rest of your team a 4-on-3 or a 3-on-2 or sometimes a 4-on-2 if you're really good. We like to work out of that space, and we didn't have as much of that last year as we traditionally do. You know, Jalen was such a massive piece of our organization, and so we didn't have that healthy. We suffered a little bit through that our first year, and so we came in with two major priorities. One, Malachi Moreno is a massively important piece of what we're doing.
Did you ever think that he was going to lose? You were going to lose him?
Well, you never know for sure. Malachi's heart is in Kentucky. He loves this place. I think he's got a lot of faith in our staff. He's got a lot of passion about what we're doing. But the NBA pull is real.
Yeah.
It is a real thing.
But you never thought you were going to lose him to another college.
No, listen, anything can happen in the portal, as we've seen.
Yeah.
You know, day after day after day. It's such a dynamic place. But I know Malachi's heart. I know what he cares about. Everybody in Kentucky knows how much he cares about this place. So he was a huge point of emphasis. And then this creator side of the ball was such a huge point of emphasis. And so we went really hard after those two spaces and then built in the rest of the roster.
During the portal period, like, it's hard to know sometimes who you guys are going after and who you aren't. I mean, you're kind of beholden to what the information is that out there. Yeah. You had different guys in. How important was it, because of some of the stuff that maybe happened earlier, to close on Milan? Did you feel like that was a huge finishing piece?
Well, yeah. So two things. One, it's unfortunate that you go through this process and there's so many reasons why we need to be private. One, it's rules that we have to be private, but two, there's a lot of times when we're dealing with players who want to keep things private, or we're dealing with complicated negotiations. So we do go through quietly, and so it leaves a lot of people having to just postulate, and so you end up with a lot of complicated information out there that might be far off the mark, but it's just everybody doing the best.
But is there anything to do about that at a place like Kentucky where people want to know information?
Yeah, I think you just ride through it. You do. So, there were a couple times this year where news broke from, there's everybody, as we all live in, Kentucky is the greatest place in the world, and everybody wants to know. And so, you might be in a really sensitive moment in a negotiation, and news breaks where it kind of makes a family upset because it's gone public. That'd be one of a million examples of how we kind of are trying to thread the needle as we go through this.
Does it upset you? Because I think that probably happens.
It doesn't upset me at all.
Okay.
It's all part of the business, guys. It's part of the deal.
Yeah.
And so our job is to navigate these spaces the best we possibly can. And but also do it here where everybody cares more than they care everywhere else. And so that's a thread, like doing both of those things at the same time is our job. That's what we do. And so there was I think we felt a lot different in the office than maybe people felt publicly, because I think from the very get-go, we knew exactly what we were trying to chase and how we were trying to get there. I do think Milan is a really important piece for us, not because he was early or late, but because he fits me. He fits what I care about. He fits how we play. He's a veteran guy.
I always thought, he seems like if you were to draw up a Mark Pope stretch 3, 4, however you use him, it would be him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's there, and he's and so he's a very important piece of this puzzle. He happened to come later in the story, but the nice thing was one of the reasons why he came was because all the other pieces that we had put in place, they fit him so well also. And so I think we had a really nice dynamic where these guys are going to be able to play off each other, and I'm excited about it. So I think your original question was, early on with some of the stuff that happened, did it make it so important late? It was important. He was an important piece of the puzzle, whether it was early or late. There's no doubt about it. Just like Zoom is such an important piece, and Alex is an important piece, and Mason Williams is an important piece, and Justin, I hear that they're really important.
I don't want to say been better than you thought, but maybe better than we as fans thought early on. Is that true?
Yeah, he's got a Mason.
Yeah.
Mason has got to grow for sure, but he's coming in with a college ready body, and he is a voracious worker. He's a guy, I've talked about this publicly a lot about how he just is relentless in the gym. He's shooting the ball at elite level. He's one of those guys right now as a young player that I'm trying to get him to stop deferring and actually go hunt possessions. He's a great playmaker. He's got to learn how to play us. He's got to learn all the freshman stuff. But I'm telling you what, I have high hopes for him and his trajectory. I think he's got a chance to be a very good player.
So when you first came here, you and I sat down and you said something to me that really stuck with me. You said, look, I know you have to do your job. And if things don't go like they should, you need to go on there and blast me. That's your job. Yes. It's not BBN if you don't. Yep. I remember telling you at the time, that's easy to say in the abstract. Yep. What's it like when it happens? 2 years later, you felt at times, I'm sure, the pressure of Kentucky media. Do you feel the same way 2 years later?
100%. Like, one thing, guys, is like, I know exactly what Kentucky is. I mean, I'm probably right now the world's expert on Kentucky basketball. I know exactly what it is. And I'm learning how to navigate the challenge better and better every single day, as we all are. But our standard is never going to change. It's what's made this place great. And the way we chase it is never going to change. And our care is never going to change. And so it's all part of the gig. Like it is. Every single day, it's all part of the gig. And it's the gig that I want more than any other gig in the world. It's awesome.
Last year before the season started, you were very excited about that team. I think you said that you were sitting on a Ferrari, was your quote. Obviously, the Jalen Lowe injury changes a lot.
Yep.
Do you look back and say, I was overestimating the team, or it just really didn't have a chance after Lowe got hurt? Like, how do you look at when you evaluate yourself last year's thing?
No, I feel the same way about the roster as I did before the season. We just didn't get to see it. It's just listen, I wish there was a better answer than that, but we just didn't get to see it. You don't get Jalen. Really, at the very beginning, we kind of had a unbelievable lead guard scenario like we do this year. We had that to start with a couple other players that once Jalen came, they left. So we had great depth there. I felt like at the 5, I thought we had unbelievable depth to really go. And we just never got to see the team. I say this all the time. We got to see him for 17 minutes in the second half against St. John's. And even in that scenario, you were seeing guys that never practiced together, that never got to develop. And you think about I think about J-Lo and JQ a lot. They changed the way our team could function on the floor. And so the upside with those guys was so elite. You think about JQ, he played 4 games all season and he gets drafted, solidly in the first round. That's the type of talent that he brings to the table. We just unfortunately didn't get to see it last year.
So is that in your mind, you say, look, the plan was good, the roster build was good, we had injuries. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, I mean, there's always things you could do better, but man, I would have loved to take that thing for a ride, for sure. Like, I like the way it was built. I like the way it was put together. I wish that Caden had stayed, because that would have given us some real, backup function, and we thought that was going to work, and it just didn't. So there's a couple pieces that I wish had hung in there with us. But if you gave me that group healthy and said, hey, run it back, I'd be like, let's go, man. Let's go figure this out, because it's
you would do it
group.
again.
Oh, 100%.
Do you when I was watching the team, and this actually goes back to the first year some, one of the things I've noticed about you don't tend to play the guys huge amounts of minutes, any of the guys. I will say one of the things I've always thought is, look, there's a big drop sometimes between the 1s and the 2s. And oftentimes we might get a lead and then the subs happen and then it's back tied again. Is that your kind of plan going forward? Is it unique to those two teams?
Well, yeah, it changes. So there's so many variables that go into it. I think my instinct normally is to kind of let's go lead out in the energy part of the game and win that part of the game. I think part of, our optimism going into last season was we felt like we come wave after wave after wave, and we never got a chance to do that because we never had that group. And so I do think that there's a ton of variables that come into making those decisions. But I do think there's a place actually to play guys more of a solid rotation. And I think there's a time and place to do that. And And so
You do it in the
striking that right balance
postseason.
is important.
You do it in the postseason often.
Well, developing guys is really important, right? And you saw that. A great example is Colin Chandler. Colin Chandler was the 7th most improved player in all of college basketball last season. That doesn't happen by accident. You have to kind of nurse guys and grow guys. Jasper Johnson is a player that has tremendous upside, and we needed him, and we kept trying to find the right situation for him, and he's going to be a great player, and some of that's going to come from those developmental minutes. You look at Otega Owe's rise and like us being able to continually put him in new situations. That's how guys grow. Malachi Moreno, early on in the season, force feeding him some minutes helped him grow into the guy that actually had to carry the load for so much last season. You kind of go down the list. So there's for us, we are developers of players. I think it's one of the things we do better than anybody else in the country is we help our guys get better. I'm really proud of the fact that Amari came in here as a non-draft board guy, that Kobe came in here as a non-draft board guy, that Otega came here as these are not guys that were predestined to be drafted players. JQ was, but those other 3 weren't. And the fact that those guys came here and we're able to develop them to and they develop themselves, it's their hard work that does it, to earn themselves a chance to go play at the next level is really important to us. And I think part of the reason why we, part of our plan, part of this process is bringing players in and helping them grow and get better. And I think it's something that our staff is a lead at. So that comes into play too. But like I said, there's 1,000 variables that goes into those decisions. And that's certainly one of them.
I asked fans for questions that they wanted answers to. You have to go for practice.
I love the fans' questions.
All right. So these, but we got to go quick if we're going to get them.
Let's go.
Are you going to hire another assistant and when?
The answer is most likely yes.
But potentially no?
I can't tell you when. This is what I can tell you. I love the way that our staff is working right now. So there's been a change in NCAA right now in terms of staff. So right now I get Will Corbin and I get Nick Robinson and I get Matt Santoro on the court. All staff members are allowed to be on the court right now. I like the way we feel as a staff. I'm engaged in conversations about staff every day. Even when our staff is full, I'm still talking to people and kind of seeing where it goes. If we hire someone, it's going to be the right person. That's going to be exactly the right fit for what we do, but we're working at a really high level right now.
So no Jamal Crawford.
Jamal is still got 2 years left on his NBC contract.
Okay.
I'm good friends with Jamal. We've been friends for a long time. There might be a time where it's good for him to jump in coaching. It's something that he would like to do. He's one of those guys that's cut from a little bit of a similar cloth like Mo Williams is, where it's hard to run an AAU program. And there's a lot of guys that fund an AAU program. Mo was running an AAU program. Jamal is running and coaching an AAU program. And when you find guys like that with their background, he could have a great future in college. He could have he could go get a job maybe in the exact right space as a head coach in the NBA maybe. But I think there's a good chance coaching is in his future, but he's got a sweet deal right now, and he's got a couple years left.
Had a lot of people ask me, why no father-son camps, et cetera, this summer?
Yeah, so we're working through so many dynamics. We thought we would take a pause on those this summer and just reevaluate with everything that's changing. There is a real place for those camps. I love them. I actually like the daddy-daughter camp even better than the father and son.
But
camp.
You're not doing any of them.
We're not doing either of those this year, and we're going to kind of just take a pause and reevaluate.
Reevaluate meaning you think they'll come back?
I could see us going huge into camps. I could see us, walking away from them. I'm not sure where the future is going to go with that, but it's something we're thinking about.
Why no summer trip?
So we had kind of worked through several dynamics. We actually have there, and we're still under consideration for something that we have to get some waivers for to do. But there's been some rule changes. The best thing about these overseas trips is the 10 days of practice. Mm-hmm. The 10 days of practice are game changers. But the NCAA, rightfully so, and I hope they keep going this direction. They took our 4-hour limitation on the court and they extended it. They doubled it now, so we have much more time on the court. It makes those 10 days of practice a little bit less of a boost. There's also a cost. There's a financial cost, and there's a time cost, and there's an energy cost to to go out on the trip. So if we find the exact right one, we thought we've had something a couple times.
So you still could.
Well, and I can't really go into detail. There's actually something we'd have to need some waivers for right now that we're pushing on right now. We're talking to the NCAA about see if we get a waiver on a program, but we just can't. I'm not allowed to talk about.
Are you going to get another player?
Maybe. We're still actively recruiting. I love my roster right now, but if we find the right piece at the right time, and that could look like a lot of different things. It could be a developmental piece. It could be a depth piece. It could be there's a lot of different slices where we've gone. If we find the right person, we could, but I like the roster a lot right now. I think we can go to battle. All
right. They're telling me you have to go. We went a long segment here. Could he stay till 11:10?
Yeah, let's do it. Come on, let's say.
We can do it. All right. So we're going to this is going to be an extended break, but then we will come back at the top of the hour and be able to have Mark. We'll be right back. KS.
All right. So I'll get hour 2 loaded. But, just a couple things there from Pope that I really liked. First of all, Pope has such a smart mind. He is. But how many different times did you hear Pope allude to things like there's new rules in place that the average person doesn't know? He also mentioned that he doesn't like, or he doesn't plan on trying to find a way around it to let the fan base know what he's doing in recruiting. He said parents like to, or some families like to keep it quiet. And Matt says, what do you do for the fan base who likes to know? And he basically said, he's not going to do anything about it. Interesting thing, I guess a summer trip technically is still possible. Need waivers from the NCAA. That's new news that I hadn't heard about. He says that they're still under consideration. He mentioned programs, so I think that may be something like maybe not a trip, but maybe like some kind of a scrimmage type thing. He pretty well shut the door on Jamal Crawford as of right now. I heard that on Twitter, I think I read that Jamal Crawford has a pretty sweet gig with NBC, and he still has 2 years left. Just think 2 years from now, JJ's going to be a junior looking for a place to go to college. It may be more beneficial to land him then than now anyhow. And then they mentioned the 14th spot. You notice he didn't mention walking away from Costa Rica. He didn't mention Costa Rica had signed with UCLA. He just said that he's still actively recruiting. He loves the team and the 14 players he has. But if he finds a player that's the right fit, developmental piece, or 2-year thing, then obviously he would look into making the roster 15. All right, let me see. Once I get it on the screen, I'll fast forward to
to make a limited amount of great decisions. And so, I shave my head because it's a decision off the table. And the thing is with this beard, guys,
are you keeping it?
No one told me that it's less decision making. I don't have to shave every day.
Are you keeping it? Come on.
I don't know if I'm keeping it. So there's been a lot of consternation about it.
No, Dark Pope.
The thing is, I don't know what Dark Pope is. I hope it's get it done, Pope. But I like I like it today, and we'll see how it is tomorrow. I'm not
like it.
making
I think
any
it looks
promises,
good. I think
guys.
it looks good.
You and the team are heading to Vegas this week. Can you reveal a little bit of what's on the schedule, what you all plan on doing there?
Yeah. So we're going to have early morning practices. We're going to get after it really, really hard at a great facility. It's going to be a great venue. We're going to connect with all of our guys. One of the great things about Summer League is not just all of our guys playing in Summer League, but all the NBA vets come back. And so we did a huge thing there last year. We're doing it again this year, and just connecting our current guys with those former players is really special for us. And they've also moved, recruiting venues there. So we'll be able to do recruiting at the same time. It's a catch-all. It's really important for our guys to get the work done in a different gym, to grow their relationships together, and to kind of see and feel what their future holds. This connection between Kentucky and the NBA is like no other, and this makes a lot of sense for us.
You had a picture you posted after you got Milan where you were on the beach and you had two cards and they said Jack and King on it. People have spent a month and a half trying to figure out what was the Jack and King. Can you tell us what the Jack and King was?
I didn't sleep for 2 days. We were speculating over that, trying to figure it out.
So, what's fun? And, I was an English major here at Kentucky, and I learned this, okay? When an author puts something out there, it's now not their own.
Oh, okay.
It's owned. Okay. It's owned by the reader. And so I can tell you it was incredibly intentional in the sense of like, it was a last second idea. And so we thought it would be fun to put out, and it's going to be way more meaningful as people interpret it the way they want. This fan base is BBN, man, which I'm a member of, is there's no more fun fan base to interact with. And that's the whole deal. Man.
Did you eat all that fruit? That was so much
but
fruit.
There is a reason. There is a reason. So actually the Pope girls are setting up the shot, and they got a little carried away. They're like, Dad, let's do this. Put a lot of fruit there. So
look good.
It was fun.
What, your girl's very active on social media. Do you ever say, hey, down a notch, or
Nope.
are you like, go?
Nope. I'm like, go, girls. Listen, my girls sacrifice and care both, maybe as much as any member of BBN, and probably more. And this is very personal to them, and they are very funny, and they love this whole thing, and they won't listen to me if I tell them anything anyway. So it's a beautiful, like I'm telling you. So again, congratulations on
That's
your
right.
daughter.
I got an Avery.
There is
copied off of
nothing in the world better than being a dad to daughters, man. It is the best. And so I just watch these girls go, and sometimes I hold my breath, but they do what they do.
Last thing, and then because I know you got to go. What is your biggest, looking back at the 2 years that are here, what's your biggest thing that makes you happy? And then what's your biggest regret or thing you would change about the last 2 years? And then what do you think is most important besides winning for you to do going forward?
That's okay. Let's take those one at a time.
Okay.
First one was, what do I wish I would have changed?
Yeah.
Is
What
that
would you
your-
wish you have changed in the first 2 years?
So in terms of regrets, so I don't live in any regrets. I think every experience that we have is actually growing us and preparing us for the future that we're chasing. And so I don't have any regrets. Everything we've accomplished so much. We've grown so much. We're learning so much. We are in the process of getting to our ultimate destination. The process is messy. Growing is messy. Like, it's setbacks. It's one step forward, two back, 3 steps forward. It's the beauty of it. And that's a big one.
You need to take it and come back?
I'm okay. I'm gonna call him right back.
Okay.
And so there's nothing like, this is everybody's journey,
But
right?
what would you change? Regret
So
may be
if
a
I
bad
say,
word.
well, I'm gonna go to the low hanging fruit. I'd like to stay healthy. I would like to stay healthy.
Is there anything you can do for that? Like, is there any?
It's a great question. So we've actually done, we're data driven like crazy. I drive everybody in our office crazy. And so we've dug hard into this. What's interesting is we're having less soft tissue injury than any other program. We've just had these random traumatic acute injuries, like Jackson breaking his finger caught in a jersey. It's just like this random thing. We had 2 point guards in a row that dove on the floor and stretched out and had labrum deals. We've had 2 Jones fractures, which is just, there's not like we do blood work and nutrition. Those are things that just, It just happened. It's part of life. Sometimes things happen. And so what you do is you use them to make you better and stronger and grow more and prepare you for the next stage. Those challenges have made us so much better as coaches, have so much broader vision. They're making our players better, stronger people. And the end result is going to be the end result. We're going to get where we want to go.
And then finally, what would you like to see? What changes are you kind of making going forward?
Well, we have, and we've talked about it. Like I'm beating this drum, man. Creators, size, rim protection, decision-making at the 5 spot with some depth, and then length, decision-making, and shooting at the wings. And I think we have it. Like we have the versatility where we're going to be a little bit every year as we put together these rosters. You can't completely immunize yourself from misfortune during the course of the season. But we've got to a pretty masterful space right now where I feel like as good as it can be done, we've put together a roster right now that we're excited about coaching and that has some protection based on our versatility.
My mom will kill me if I don't ask you, is Trent Noah going to step up this year?
Trent Noah, man, he's been the best player on our roster in the first 4 weeks of camp. He tweaked a hamstring yesterday, which is a nothing. But he's actually, believe us or not, he's leading us in defensive impact metric right now on this roster. Yes, he is. And the thing is,
awesome.
We talk about growing players. Trent is in his 3rd year here, right? He is completely devoted and dedicated to Kentucky basketball and getting better. And we'll see the fruits of that growth. Like it's players like Trent Noah, and you watch them rise up, that you build a relationship over the years. He's going to be really special this year. I'm super proud of him. So he is going to have an impact on this roster for sure.
Mark, thank you very much for coming in here. We do appreciate it. You stayed a little longer for us, and hope we can talk to you more as we get closer to the year.
There has never been a better time to be a Kentucky basketball fan, man. Like it's on, guys. Like this is the journey, because this is the journey we're going through. Like we've all had these incredible highs, and we had these really, really frustrating things, all growing towards a goal, which – we're incredibly focused on 9, and we're going to get there. We're going to find a way to get there. This journey, like when we write the book on this, guys, it's going to be epic. Like it just is the best. And so I'm glad we're all riding it together. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Go take that call. Appreciate it. Mark Pope.
Guys, that was that's good stuff from Pope. And, we've talked about it before on here, and I was glad that Matt Jones kind of started it out with kind of early on. He said, your first year here, you said that you wanted all the smoke. If you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, or you're not getting the results that the Big Blue Nation wants, call you out and ask if he asked him if he still felt that way. And Pope said, yeah, absolutely. Pope knows what it means to be the head coach of Kentucky. He mentioned that there's no better job in the world. As tough as it is at times, as hard as it is, as challenging as it is to be a coach in front of the Big Blue Nation when there's still people that want him fired over the offseason that he's put together. The irrational, unrealistic fan. He knows the challenges that it's faced. He's not hiding from anything. So shout out to Mark Pope for that interview. I thought he did a really, really good job. I love his answer about the beard, and they said Dark Pope. He's like, well, I don't even know what Dark Pope is. I hope it's like get it done, Pope. Showed a sense of humor. I think there's no doubt that he's compassionate. There's no doubt that he has empathy. There's no doubt that he loves Kentucky, the university, Big Blue Nation. He's multiple times he's referred to himself as a member of the Big Blue Nation. He's just so relatable. Just, that's why I want Mark Pope to succeed here so bad. So bad. I want him to succeed here because I think he truly gets it. He truly understands, being a Kentucky fan, and I want him to succeed. Now, I want every coach to succeed, but I truly, truly want Pope to get the job done. When he talked about Vegas, he mentioned the Summer League. I think it's very important that he mentions kind of connecting the current with the past, kind of be that bridge that kind of connects his current roster with the past. What he said is right. A lot of the old vets come back to the Summer League to watch, to interact, to meet their new teammates or whatever. I saw that Otega Oweh's in a walking boot. He's hurt his foot again. I don't think it's anything major, but he's done for the rest of the summer league. He won't be playing any more summer league basketball. But I think it's great that he's building those relationships with past players and current players. Sometimes I don't think current players really truly understand the history of Kentucky. I think they know Kentucky, the brand. I'm not so sure they know Kentucky, the university. So, I think Pope's doing a lot of the right things. When Matt did ask him the schedule in Vegas, he did not mention the Kenny Chesney concert on air. So I wonder if that's I wonder if that's off the agenda. And if so, was Frank Kepnong the one that said, we're not going to Kenny Chesney? I'm just kidding. I'd say they're still going. I'd say Pope just stuck to basketball there. I love the answer. Yeah. I get that. I do. But I loved his answer about his daughters. Does he tell them, hey, you need to calm it down, or does he just let them go? He said he lets them go. Not like they would listen to him anyhow. But, and I said it on the air. It was good for Mark Pope to say it. And I said it that night that video came out. A lot of people got upset about the video, thought it crossed the line. I thought it was good fun. I said that those girls live BBN just like we do, and they probably know those players as well as anybody, as much time as they spend at the Pope house with Mark Pope being around them. They go to all the games. He talked about how they're big supporters of Kentucky, big supporters of Big Blue Nation, big supporters of Kentucky basketball, and obviously they're going to support their dad. So I really like that. I like that Matt brought it up. I was kind of hoping he would. I never saw a spot online for questions to be asked, or I would have sent one in. I don't know what I would have asked, but I would have had some time to think about it. But, I never saw that. The King Jack was intentional, but did you see how deliberate and how kind of like not necessarily deliberate, but just how intellectual his answer was talking about the King Jack, where he said, it was definitely intentional, but he wants you to interpret it how you will, because that's going to mean a lot more. If you definitely has a meaning to it, but it means a lot more if you interpret it how you want, or, but I thought that was awesome. He got the Trent Noah hype in there. Matt asked about Trent Noah, said he tweaked his hamstring, nothing major, but, I'd say with them going to, Vegas, they may give him some time off practice this week. He mentioned early practices in the morning. But Noah, I can understand Noah maybe leading them in some shooting, leading them in some offensive numbers, but defensive efficiency, that kind of shocks me about Trent Noah, just because I don't look at Trent Noah as a great defensive basketball player. I'm not saying that Trent Noah is a bad defensive basketball player. I just think that his offensive game is a little bit better than his defensive game. Now, we have talked about his rebounding ability. He does do really well. Now let's talk about what he said about the changers. He did say something. I like how he stood by his statement for last year's team. Matt kind of gave him an out and said, talking about the Ferrari or whatever. And he's like, no, I still stand by that. We didn't get to see it, he said, but Matt gave him an out with the injuries and so forth, but, he didn't use that as an excuse, which anytime you're a head coach, or anytime you're a fan, you don't want your head coach to make excuses. Basically, to me, when he's not making excuses, he's taking accountability. Although I know he didn't come out and say, but when you don't make an excuse for why something happens, to me, that's a part of accountability. But he mentioned creators. If you've watched any of their practices, highlights from their practice, this team seems to be very, very good at making the extra pass. There's a video coming out or is out this week where I can't remember who it was, maybe Marino or somebody hit Trent Noah cutting, and Noah in midair kicks it to the corner for a Hawthorne 3. It just seems like the chemistry is really high right now. They're playing really well together. But, part of that is creating. It's not necessarily creating shots. It's creating good shots or creating open shots. And, we call that at the high school level one more, making that one more pass to pass up a good shot to get a better shot. But, Zoom Diallo is a creator. Alex Wilkins can create. It's just going to be – just can't wait to see just how well this all transitions to in-game situations. And that's one of the reasons why, when he talked about how a summer trip's not out of the question yet, but he just needs some waivers to happen, but they're in consideration. I need a game. If you can't do that, televise, blue versus white or something. I don't really care. Oh, speaking of, SEC had Kentucky takeover on the SEC network today. I saw a Kentucky-Tennessee basketball game. I'm not going to tell you the results, but if you want to go back and watch it, Kentucky and Tennessee last year, when Kentucky was down 14 at the half to Tennessee. But I'll let you kind of go back and watch it. I don't want to tell you who wins because I don't want to be a spoiler. I don't like when people spoil it for me, so I'm not going to spoil it for you. But he also talked about he wanted size. Size at every position, too. Go look at they got a 6'5" point guard or 6'4" point guard. Wilkins 6'5", Cam Williams 6'8", Momchilovich 6'8". You got Njai 6'11". You've got Marino 7 foot, Kepnong 6'11". They literally have size everywhere. So the two areas he wanted to focus on, creators and size, he's done. Rim protection. Marino's pretty good rim protection. They say McBride protects the rim pretty good for his size. You got Kepnong that can come in and give you 5 fouls. That I think his strength is rim protection. Just with the size that they have, they could make, and I'll link this in with rim protection and size. He also mentioned length on the wings. Their length alone could really pose problems for opposing teams on getting shots off or getting good shots off. It seems like to me that they have a really good chance to be a much better defensive team than they did last year. So hopefully, with that being said, that that's not one area that we see pose as a problem throughout the year. And he also mentioned decision-making. You could break that down into a lot. Decision-making offensively, decision-making defensively. Part of the decision-making on offense, part of that is the making the extra pass, and that's where I think Trent Noah can really be effective. This is his third year in the system. He may be the only guy on the roster that's played 3 years in the system. He knows it as well as anybody. And I think if you remember, Momchilovich talked about how important Trent Noah was and teaching the system because he's been in it so long. Yeah, I saw where the Reds won. I think Burns 11-1 now. They had so many home runs. I know they hit back-to-back with Ellie, Sal, and Blade. Sal hit 2 home runs. But I think Burns is 11-1 and may start the All-Star game. I think it works out perfectly to where the guy from the Brewers that throws like 106 is going to pitch the day before the game before the All-Star game. So I think he'll be out. But decision making, I think a lot of that comes with knowing what you're doing, knowing the offense, knowing where you're supposed to go, and things like that. So before I go on, if you're new coming in, please give me a subscribe. I don't know how this worked, but last show we did not get any new subscribers. And currently at this time, we don't have any new ones this week. So we may have, without people sharing it and liking it and getting it out to more people, we may have reached our peak. Let's hope not. But, you know, I share it on social media where I have tons of following, but you know, we need to get this out to some more people. I'm up to 813 subscribers. I want to get to 1,000. So if you all got any Kentucky fans that you know that probably don't know about the show, send it to them through a text message or something. Let's get the chat popping. Let's get everybody in here. Let's get it going. But you know, one thing that I thought was interesting, Matt did talk about was kind of the amount of minutes being played. I'm not so sure if I like Pope's answer there. I don't necessarily remember it word for word, but Pope early on in the season likes to get everybody a lot of time and a lot of minutes. And I know I know the purpose behind that. I'm a coach. I know why you do those things, but he does shorten it. He does shorten the, I guess the rotation is the word I'm looking for. He does shorten the rotation come postseason time, but you know, I think he has to shorten the rotation in order for in order to win, I guess. I don't think you can win the NCAA tournament playing 10, 11 guys. I just don't. I also think too that it's going to be interesting to me to see, with the depth we have this year, who cracks that 8 or 9 man rotation. Who's going to be on the outside looking in? Can it be different each game? Should it be different each game? Maybe so, based on matchups. And I think that's where the coaching comes into play, to where you know the strengths and weaknesses of your players, you know the matchups. And I think that's one of Pope's strengths. Also think, yeah, they're both playing the Bahamas. Is that right? Mikhail's at the Bahamas, or is he? Yeah, I think so. Appreciate you, Clyde. I'm just trying to get some new subscribers, just trying to, we've been stuck on 813, 814 for about 2-3 weeks now. But I've also not seen some people in the chat, like, summertime's a little bit different with vacations, work, things like that. I get it. But there's been some people that, that guy that has a family in his name. What's up, Keeper? I started about 9:30. If you can, I don't know if you have Twitter, Facebook, but you see my Twitter account down there at PT Kelch. That's my personal Twitter. You all follow that, because I always post the show there when I'm going to have a show. Honestly, didn't know I was going to have a show tonight. I will tell you this. I am taking my laptop to Vegas. I did find a webcam that I've had for a while. So I'm going to take a webcam that hooks up to my laptop to see, if I can potentially get a show in on Sunday. There's a lot of stuff going on in Vegas right now. NBA Summer League. I'm hoping to see the UK men's basketball team down there. I'm hoping to see some former Cats. I think the Las Vegas Aces play down there while I'm in Vegas. I might check them out. The World Series of Poker is going on. I'm definitely checking that out. Billy Donovan's leading the clinic that I'm going to. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but I'm going to definitely try to have a show while I'm down there. With that being said, if you're all in the chat right now and you're on Twitter, make sure you send me a friend request on Twitter so I can so you can see when the show goes live. Or sometimes people even hit the little notification bell, and sometimes it still doesn't notify them when I do go live. So, you know, so I'm not so sure that works, but definitely look into add me on Twitter. John Boy. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, John Boy. I don't know if I would go on a show with Chris just because of the drawback from everybody else. I'm trying to gain subscribers, not lose them. Okay. Trying to gain subscribers, not lose them. All right, Wildcat Keeper. I don't know if you saw this or not. This was earlier on. This was the first thing we led with. Marcus Spears is thinking about reclassifying to the class of 26. The teams right now, I just read an article about him. Another article I read said Arizona and Texas are a little bit out in front with Kentucky and LSU behind. Those are the 4 teams. Don't know any truth to the order of those teams. I think Kentucky likes the position they're in with Marcus Spears. I think they have a really good relationship with him. And I know Mo Williams is pretty good friends with Marcus's dad. And then you got the Ryan Hampton deal. Marcus Spears is not draft eligible till 2028. So he's kind of in the similar situation as Kustaricza was. So we definitely would get him for 2 years. I would like to think that, Kentucky's in the mix there. Also, Wildcat Keeper, we listened to the interview with Pope this morning from KSR. He acted as if Jamal Crawford is kind of out of the question right now as an assistant coach because he's got 2 years left on his contract with the NBA on NBC or CBS somewhere. I can't remember. And that potentially 2 years from now, he thinks, or he did say that he thinks that Crawford may get into coaching someday. He talked about his friendship with Crawford, but I don't think Crawford fills the assistant coach position. I think when that came out the other day about that guy that was his friend or worked with him at BYU, I think that's why that came out. That's who's going to get that position. I'm not reading a whole lot into the Spears to Texas, Spears to Arizona. Like I said, I think we don't even know if he's going to reclassify yet. It just says considering. He may not reclassify. We have as good a shot as anybody at him. Our relationship with Spears is solid. I'm not worried about that. Wildcat Keeper, I don't know if you didn't get to listen to the Mark Pope interview on KSR. Go to iHeart or go to YouTube. Crash says there's a video. I saw a video. I went to click on it and it said private video. Wouldn't let me watch the interview, so I had to listen to it audioly. So if you want, I would definitely, if I were you, listen to Pope in that interview. He does a really, really good job. I would like to, I can tell you based off that interview, Mark Pope isn't going to fill that 15th spot with just anybody. He's not, but I think whoever fills that 15th spot, whoever it is, there's going to have to be a lot of things in place. Like, for example, is Spears the type of guy that can only play 10, 15 minutes a game? Or is McBride the type that can only play 10 or 15 minutes a game? Njai, somebody's minutes are going to be cut if Spears comes just for another man being on the roster that can play. I'd like to see where he ranks in the 26 class if he were to reclass. I know he's top 3 in 27 class. Okay, maybe I looked too soon then. Okay, that might have been okay. So there you go, Wildcat Keeper. If you want to listen to or if you want to watch the interview with Pope, it would definitely be a lot better to watch than just to listen. But just listen to him talk. Listen to how excited he seems. It's just, I don't know. I'm pretty excited just listening to Coach Pope talk about. No, I don't think so. I've not seen anything relating to that. I kind of hope not. I think we need both of these guys I think we need both of them more next year than we do this year, just because you never know what's going to happen. I like having a strong foundation in the 27 class. So even if one of them stayed, I don't know. Just if I guess, if we get Rosser or Spears, I don't know if there's a world where we get both. I would like to think that, but I don't. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility, because you remember when Cal was here, I thought there's no way we could land 2 point guards in the same class, top 5, and he would. But I think we need I just think we need a strong start to the 27 class, so it doesn't make it that much, I guess that much more, or that more, I don't know how to say it. If you got a strong foundation out of high school, getting involved with everybody in the portal isn't as necessary. You can kind of handpick the ones you want to go get. That's kind of what I think. If Spears reclasses, I think he's a better option to go somewhere other than Kentucky. Although I will say this, though, Keeper, Texas has a pretty damn good roster right now, too. Somebody like Spears, who's as good as he is, he's not going to be shy, or he's not going to be scared of any kind of competition. He's going to go in there and battle and earn his minutes. But he's going to go pro in 28. We want him in 27. He can go pro in 28 just like Kusterica. But, I'm excited. I'm not going to lie. Just from the simple fact that I could hear excitement in Pope's voice. And he's the one I didn't think we would get, Crash. I knew we would get a good point guard. There's just the point guard position's pretty deep in the 27 class. But I really do like where we stand with Beckham Black, and I think he's the best point guard in that class. So, I like Austin too, though. Beckham Black to me is definitely a better player than Reese Austin. But I think we're going to have a top 3 to 5 recruiting class in 27. And I think if you have 3-4 guys from high school, it doesn't put as much emphasis on that portal, and the portal can be so emotionally taxing. And, you heard Pope talk about it. And that's one thing that I hasn't, I don't know. Did any of y'all hear this? When Pope talked about in the interview in the first hour, he talked about, Matt asked him if he ever thought he was going to lose Malachi. And, he said the NBA, that stuff was real. But then Matt followed it up with, well, did you ever think he was going to lose him to another team? Was that ever talked about? Was that ever an option? I never once thought that Malachi was going to leave Kentucky for another team. And Pope said that. Pope says, but he also said, you don't know how crazy the portal is. You don't know how wild the portal is. And, and I know with, Malachi being a Kentucky boy, I just never thought that was an option. I didn't think it was an option either, but then Travis Perry, but it's a whole different situation. Okay, I wasn't the only one then. Okay. But I just thought maybe Matt or them had heard something, that maybe there was, I'm sure there were colleges calling just to gauge his interest or whatever, but it kind of shocked me. And Noah's one kid that I thought may transfer because he wants more playing time. But I love the fact that he stayed and he's working for everything he gets. I love that. They're going to have a top 3 to 5 recruiting class in 27, John. Everybody has said that for a while now. I believe that. They seem to have their hands in with a lot of people. They seem to have, of course, he just mentioned Beckham Black, Crash, you think there's a world where we can get Rosser and Spears, or you think it's one or the other? He mentioned how, Mom Chilovich was just the perfect fit. And the one thing that I think, that Pope said that a lot of Big Blue Nation needed to hear, and I don't know how many of Big Blue Nation listened to his interview, but Pope, did you hear him when he talked about Mom Chilovich? And Matt asked him, okay. Matt asked him about, I guess getting him late or getting him early, and he seems to think, or he mentioned that Mom Chilovich, part of the reason why it came to Kentucky was not only was the fit perfect, but of all the pieces that Mark Pope recruited around him that made it the perfect fit. Don't know how, but and John says this here. I don't understand this phrase here. I see it on Twitter all the time. Mark Pope needs a top recruiting class. Mark Pope needs this. Mark Pope needs that. My question is why? He should have nixed any kind of hesitancy you all had in his recruiting. He's the only guy in the portal that landed 395s or higher. He's already got Ryan Hampton. I don't know why this thing is. Everybody seems to think that Mark Pope needs this or he's going to get fired. I'm willing to bet a C note right now on July 8th, 2026. I'll bet anybody in the chat a C note that Mark Pope is our coach next year in year number 4. I'm not saying you want him to be. I'm not saying you don't want him to be. I'm saying he's going to be. So I don't know why this phrase, and I'm not just saying it because of you, John, but I see it on Twitter all the time. Why does Pope need it? Pope's getting back to the level at Kentucky where we kind of get who we want. Not in every situation, but we're in the conversation now. We're no more. We're not an afterthought anymore. And you got Mo Williams there that can close it. Some people seems to think. I don't know if you all have seen on Twitter. There's a picture going around of Mo Williams that says the closer. Have you all seen that picture? Let me see if I can find it. And I'll share it for all of you here. All right. And Mo Williams put this up himself. All right. This is the picture that Mo Williams put up. All right. You see this picture? All right. Now, I'm not saying Mo Williams made this graphic, but I am telling you, if you look down at the bottom, he's the one that posted it. It says, live recruiting period enthusiast, UK men's basketball looking for the next group of pros. Okay. Now, there are people online, now take this with a grain of salt, that are speculating with the Marcus Spears reclassifying news that this was not by accident. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Otis, thanks for joining, man. Appreciate you being here. Larry, good to see you, my man. Peanuts here. So Pope uses too many big words for me, peanut butter, but he just put on a really good interview for KSR this morning. I really liked it. I don't think I ever mentioned this before, but someone in my family has a personal connection to the Kentucky-born players on the team. Do we only have one Kentucky-born player? No, we got Malachi Trent. Drone. Somebody must have somebody in Crash's family must have coached him on AAU or something. After hearing it, Crash, his Milan's interview, I don't think he considered anybody but Kentucky and Potter. Okay, Reese Potter. So I'm saying some kind of an AAU team, or maybe worked with them in a USA tryout or something. Otis, the article on 3 says Texas is the front runner, but take that with a grain of salt. I think Kentucky has as good a chance as anybody. He can do that with that. I mean, he's going to do that. He's already started that. But here's the thing, John, and I won't say many things with 100% certainty, but I can tell you right now with 100% certainty that Pope is never, ever, ever going to make 100% of BBN 100% happy. He's not ever going to shut all the haters up. The day after he signed Milan Momcilovic, there were people saying, well, that's good. He signed him for this year, but he's going to be fired next year. See, I mean, yeah, we talked about him. Crash says that they offered him. I just heard that they Zoomed with him. They say his game patterns Nikola Jokovic with his vision, his ability to pass, his post-up game, and his ability to knock down the outside shot. So, and, a backup 5 is a piece that I know that Pope wants to kind of be an insurance policy for Kepnong. Right. That's what I thought too. Yeah, but I've heard he offered him. Yeah, I might look him up on YouTube later, but I'm not going to. I'm not putting anything on here. I can't afford to have my channel shut down. I won't have nothing to do. Oh, really, Otis? I heard Texas and Arizona was. Yeah, that was on the on 3 article. The Texas and Arizona were kind of out in front, but that's really the first time I've heard that about Arizona. Doug, yeah, I asked my people about Pavlo Bacco, but my NIL guy's on vacation, and my other guy has been in and out of the office. Did you all see where there's something going around Twitter where the NCAA has shut down like over 90 million in NIL deals, I guess, that they didn't allow happen? Not 100% sure how, what that's about or whatever. I honestly don't think, and you also got to think about this, Larry. This guy that they're going to get from Europe, if they do decide to use their 15th spot on him, he's probably going to be here 2 years. I'm not for sure what Potter's future holds, especially at Kentucky. Oh, okay. I got you. If I'm going to be honest with you, if you watch some of that FIBA U17, there is a lot of players out over there that can play. I know we've only heard about a few. But yeah, I knew that, but maybe he offered him on the Zoom, Otis. I'm not sure. Not sure. It's all getting around now. My whole feed is pretty much all my news feed on Twitter is Marcus Spears reclassifying. So I definitely think that interview from Pope was definitely something I enjoyed listening to. But I think Pope's one of those guys that I think you enjoy listening to him talk no matter what it's about. It just seems like when he talks about basketball, he talks about it in such detail and depth that it's almost like a love language. Like, yeah, I understand. I understand. But, you know, it's great, you know, that, you know, I was wondered, you know, if Pope would even address the 15th spot if we didn't get Costa Rica, and everything points that we didn't, although it's not been publicly announced yet. I'm saying he's silent verbally committed to UCLA, and they're just waiting here. Waiting to get waiting to get him accepted to the university, his academics and everything in order before they announce it. But, you know, in that interview with Matt Jones, you could tell that Pope didn't even address it. And he talked about other that they're still actively recruiting, and talked about how number 15 is a spot that they did not necessarily have to fill, but would fill if they found the right piece. So, if we got anybody new in here that hasn't been in here before, please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe to the video. Also, send me a friend request on X or Twitter if you've not done so, if you're on there, so I can connect with you. Yeah, that's I don't know if I feel like that's I couldn't really get a read on if I thought that it was a possibility. I know he said that they're in contention, or no. His exact words were they're in consideration for, I wrote it down, consideration for, but they would need waivers. But then he said at the very end of that conversation about the summer trip or the summer, he said program. So I don't know if they would just maybe scrimmage another school, get another school to come into Rupp. I don't know if it'd be something like Purdue or like they did. I don't know if it's something like that, or I don't know. But the one thing he mentioned about the summer trip was he likes the 10 extra days of, you know, practice. But, you know, we can finally put the rest Jamal Crawford rumors for this year. Doesn't look like that's happening. But, you know, when he's still got 2 years left on, I think, like I said before, and I know a lot of schools do this. It's kind of like when, for example, J.J. Crawford's what? A freshman. So you're looking at him as the class of 29, maybe. Class of 30, maybe 2030, 29, 30, whatever. It'd be better off to add him in 2 years, add him as a coach, and then go ahead and sign JJ. Awesome. Tell him to subscribe. Subscribe to us, Jacob. I told you all I've been working on some things. If you look in the YouTube chat, I have the merch line pinned down at the bottom. I think, yeah, it's down at the very bottom above the chat bar. You can see where it's pinned. It's the TeePublic link. Somebody last week on this show, or the last show, asked me if I had my merch out yet. It is now out. I've got 3 different designs up. You can get a shirt with the Stay Hot logo with my pretty face on it. You can get some with the Stay Hot words. And then there's another design that you can get that I have on there. If we ever get me to, I think I'm up to like 40 some members. If we get me to 100 members, Otis, I'm challenging Jacob in Redneck Brawl. Now that he's got that red hair to match the cardinal red now. Come on, guys. We've had close to 80 people in here all night, and we've only got 19 likes. Get with it. Get on it, daggone it. No, I don't call him a traitor. You know, in this world, in this industry, some jobs pay more. You know, it's when you're at a college, it's kind of hard to have. I'm not going to say it's hard to have loyalty. But, you know, it'd be kind of like me. as a teacher coach, if there's another program that came around and offered me a lot more money to coach and teach, it's something I would have to consider. There's a lot of factors that play into it, but I really think this, and Clyde can agree or disagree with me on this, but Jacob was going to have a hard time with Big Blue Nation over the Stokes debacle. He knew about it. Yeah, I'm not talking about 1,000 subscribers. I'm talking about 1,000 members, but I only need 100 members. I still only have 813 subscribers, so everybody that's in here must be a comeback. But I showed you all the trading card series that I'm working on. Remember, trading card 1 was Fat Pat for Pat Kelsey, or Pukin Pat, I should say, for Pat Kelsey. And these are all ops. Okay, remember, these are all ops. I'll get to that here in a minute. When I say ops, that means opposition. That means people that I feel like have done the Stay Hot podcast dirty, me dirty, or the University of Kentucky dirty. I do too. I know he did try to call them, but I just don't think some of the Big Blue Nation cares, or they don't want to know the facts. Like, facts are optional, if you've ever heard that before. But I've been working on a trading card series, and I've called it the Stay Hot Ops. And 1 was Pukin Pat. 2 was Wrong Way Right for Rob Wright for using us. 3 was And Dusty No Trusty. You may not have been here. Yeah, I'll show them to you. Here's number 4, the Stokes hoax. As you can see, I've even got my man Mo Williams' tweet up here behind him. I've got his famous line, checks over stripes. And I've got him picking up the Kentucky hat with his fingers crossed. And look at that little evil chagrin on the Stokes hoax. So he would be number 4 out of 10. I'm going to do 10 cards in this series. I've got them printed. They just not been delivered yet. They're going to look just like cards. But that's the Stokes hoax. And you can see I even put the little Stay Hot podcast logo on his water bottle. For how, part of me, I'm completely upset with Stokes. I'm not going to lie, because he knew, he knew. However, Mark Pope stayed on him way too long. And the 5th one, what about Con John? What about old Con John here? All right. This is trading card 5 out of 10. As you can see in his briefcase, he's got promises and excuses. He's got his money stacked to the side. He's ripped up his lifetime contract. And look what color suit he's wearing. That's Con John. Now, I will tell you this. If you go to, this might be my favorite one, Con John, because I think he was a used car salesman. Wildcat Keeper. He did try to call the university. I think he tried to call the coaching staff when he found out something. The coaching staff did not answer, nor did they call him back, is what I've heard happen there. That's the point, Otis. Con John Calipari. I can't use their last names. They're probably copyrighted in somehow or another, but how many Johns do you know? Oh, I was a Cal fan too. But I feel like he's an op now. He's an op. Once he retires, I think we bring him back. Jacob Polacek will have a card in this series, by the way. I think he's the next one I'm working on, but I'm going to show you this real quick. So I do have 5 done now. I've got let me show Holly. Holly, if you're in here, I'll show you the first three here. Cause I don't think you were here that night I did the first three. Let me get them added here. What? I agree with you, Chris. I agree. It won't let me bring up Rob Wright for some reason. Let me see if it lets me bring up. Nope, it won't let me bring up. Oh, yeah, it did let me bring up Dusty. All right. So here was my puking Pat. As you can tell, look at this. He's got cheesy pustules, goozy gold, stickers. Instead of M&Ms, I put Mo and Mo's for Mom Chilovich and Marino. Ori knows. Hey, what about this? Pop Tarts. Or I put Pope Tarts. He's got Flamin' Hot Puffers, Mountain Ooze, Sludge O's. Then I've got the old Stay Hot Podcast logo on his mug. What do you think about this one, Holly? And then what about In Dusty, No Trusty? In Dusty, No Trusty. Dusty did some dirty recruiting on Pope, and then he jumped ship to Dark Cuban and the Mavs. So that, you know, and I told you all this before, I just wanted to do something that kind of we have as our own. I've not seen any other podcast out there do anything like that. There may be, once I get them printed, I may do some giveaways to where you can have some of the cards. Coach, Coach Cal does not suck as a coach. He's in the Hall of Fame. Now, that's the easy argument for some people. But I will show you this. Yeah, Puke and Pat. Look at him. I even kind of did a little fat pat. Look at his glasses. Hold on a minute. All right, Holly, I'm doing this for you. They're all liars, Chris. That's why I called him Con John. But Holly, just for you, I even ordered, because I plan on doing something with these. Do I look like Pat Kelsey? I got an interview coming up with Pat Kelsey. Look at this right here. You like these glasses? And there's wrong way right, Holly. There's no doubt about it. Stanley, I've been asking where you been. Good to see you, my man. Hey, look at my wrong way right here. I got Say Nope to Pope. I got the old Come Home Right banner behind him with it crossed out. I got the little Stay Hot podcast on the basketball. Got him, looks like he's thinking signing a transfer portal contract. Chris, stop. Clyde, stop. We're not going to have any of that going on in here, I can tell you. Why can't people have differences of opinion without people getting all worked up? I'll be working on a Donnie Freeman card. He'll probably have a torn Achilles too. No, I'm going to play Pat Kelsey, and I'm going to play both parts, and I'm going to make an interview up. I think these glasses look like Pat Kelsey. Yeah, I hated that, man. Just trying to be a little funny for you guys. If I can't make fun of Pat Kelsey, nobody can. My 5-year-old has had some heart issues, having open heart surgery Monday. Definitely keep you guys in my prayers. Hate to hear that. That's tough. But I can tell you one thing about not only 5-year-olds, but kids in general. They're pretty strong, resilient people. You know, little guys, pretty strong and resilient. So I'll definitely keep them in my thoughts and prayers. You, your family, him. Hey, Clyde, why every time there's a disagreement are you involved? Yeah, everybody keeps Stanley and everybody keeps Stanley's family and his son in his prayers. Clyde, you don't have to defend John Calipari like he's your dad or brother or uncle. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's all right for him to like Cal. But I mean, I hope somebody loves me sometime the way he loves Cal. I might end up getting married again. No. Well, you need to learn how to handle it better then. My gosh, you went 0 to 60. But yeah, I'm a fan of Ocon John here. But all right, let me show you this. And yes, he is. Yes, he is. All right. If you're not near your screen, come near your screen and look. You can actually order a Con John t-shirt. I've made it to where you could order, you can have that on a shirt. You know, like I've seen some of those shirts out now to where they have like baseball cards on them and stuff. I know the Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card from Upper Deck and Tops. And I've ordered one of these. It just hasn't come in yet. It took me a while to figure out. I just put this up probably like an hour before I started the show. So if you want to support the channel, visit the link in I pinned the link in the chat. Go there. There's also you can also get my pretty mug on a shirt. You can there's other things besides shirts. There's hoodies, crews. Then also there's hats. There's all kinds of stuff. Oh, I've sold 3 things. Didn't even know it. And I also have some. I like the one with the lettering on it. But look, if you go down here to more products, adult apparel, you can get like hoodie, socks. Let me see here if I can remove. All right, let me see here. I don't know if y'all was able to see that. And let me show you something else right now that I've set up. There is, okay. All right, so I'll make this bigger here. So if you've noticed, like, and this is adult apparel. It's got like a hoodie, socks, shorts, tank top, crew, long sleeve. They got baseball shirts. You can even go to accessories, which is like a bag, a hat, magnets, stickers, phone cases, whatever. Home goods is a mug and a pillow, which I'm not getting any of that. But anyways, but like if you go up here and look at the shirt, and you look over here to the right, says it's $24. It's right now it's 33% off for a little bit more time. So 33% off. You know, I had somebody ask me, I'm not for sure who, somebody asked me about merch. So there you go. It's in the chat. I can't even follow the chat, so I think sometimes you all forget that we're all on the same team here. But, you know, we've talked about this before. If you can't appreciate what Patino did at Kentucky, if you can't appreciate what Cal did at Kentucky, then that's a you problem. Cal is no longer at Kentucky, whether you want him here or not. I was one of the ones that did not want him to go, but it was time for him to go. But Cal, until he retires, he's the enemy. You can appreciate 2012, 2015, John Wall, all the recruits he got. But while he's at Arkansas, you should want to kick his ass every time you play him and make him like it. And that's just all there is to it. And that's just the way I feel about it. Now, when he retires, I hope they invite him back to Rupp, and I hope they put his name in the rafters because I think he deserves it. He kind of did the same thing Patino did. Patino kind of brought us out of, we were sanctioned, I guess. When Patino was at Louisville, I hated his guts. Flipping off the crowd. I think Patino kind of forgot where he came from. But we weren't treating him very well. He was giving it back. But we've made it right. He's made it right. He's no longer at Louisville, so we can appreciate it. But the same thing will happen with Cal. If you don't think that Cal's jersey deserves to be at the top of Rupp, then there's something wrong with you. That can rub a lot of people the wrong way, but if that's the one thing you keep going back to, because I can tell you this, you know why it was a big day? You don't think that help gets further recruits? I'm not saying it's the biggest. I know what Cal said, but if you can't acknowledge that was a big day for Kentucky and that's what you want to keep going back to, then you're just handpicking things to be upset about. And how many times have we, as human beings, whether it be Keeper, Clyde, Chris, David, whoever, has said something that they shouldn't have said? Problem is, those guys are looked at with a fine tooth. They're looked at with a microscope. Everything they say and do is under a microscope or video. But Patino brought us out of the abyss, and Cal kind of did the same after Billy Gillespie. And we can have the argument all day long about, I've had some people say Cal should have 5 more championships. That's ludicrous. 1, maybe 2, I'll give you. 2015 should have definitely been 1. But here's the thing, Clyde. We can give our opinions without attacking personally. We can give our opinions without cussing. We can give our opinions in a civil manner. And I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just saying there's things that we can all work on. But I love our chat. I love our community. And I wouldn't change it for the world. And I understand we're going to disagree on some things. But if you get personal and start attacking people, that just means you're taking things a little bit too serious. Tell me when Coach K's ever had 4 guys drafted in the first round. Has he? And I'm glad Cal ain't Coach K. That wasn't Brother Love. That was Pat Kelsey. But I can do Brother Love. Hey, you think I look more like Brother Love with these on than Pat Kelsey? Look at them black frames. Hey, I'm not saying you don't have a right to get pissed. I'm just saying we can work on it from here going out. Chris, you bring a lot to this chat. I think Clyde brings a lot. I don't want to see either one of you go, but I'm also don't like watching people cuss at each other. And that's the one thing we all can learn is nobody knows what all of us are dealing with. We all have our own things. We ought to be a little bit more compassionate. but I think I look like Pat Kelsey a little bit. I even got kind of the short hair. I know I'm a little bit broader, a little bit taller, but I got the black rimmed glasses. Hey, I was watching some Pat Kelsey press conferences the other day. And do you know he says some crazy things? Let me just show you what all he says. Or let me just tell you what all he says. In one interview, there are people that like to dish it out and can't take it coming back. That's right. That's right. There are. We got a good team, a coach that loves the program. Let's do it. Hey, we ride at dawn. Oh, I'll definitely get some red. But in an interview, somebody asked him if he was a great motivator. And he says, what do you think? Is the Pope Catholic? Do ducks swim in a circle? And do fat puppies hate fast cars? He's going to add that. I mean, Rondo would be great. He's not going to add Rondo. He's going to add that guy that we heard about a couple weeks ago that worked with him for 5 years at BYU. He mentioned him in the interview as when he mentioned about how the NCAA rules have changed and they're all allowed out there on the floor with him at all times. Do we need to get Chester to come on here and give us a pep talk like he did on KSR? Hey, that might be a good fight, though. Both those guys, hey, that might be a good one, Stanley. Both those guys are fiery. Josh is here. Appreciate it. Do big girls love drinks at 3 a.m. Taco Bell? Yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. It won't be long before we start switching over into football a little bit more frequently. After this Vegas trip, and there won't be much if they don't play a summer game. I don't even know. I don't even know what their plan is as far as, will they do the pro day like Cal used to do? Does Pope do that? I didn't like Pope's answer. That's one thing. That's one thing in the interview. I didn't like Pope's answer about the camps. You know, I kind of thought that was wishy-washy. But the camps are usually just big fundraisers for them, nothing more than just interacting with the players, you know, the father-son and the daddy-daughter camps and things like that. Peanut, I'm not even dare reading that. Cold grilled cheese. What do y'all, are they actually changing? Are they actually changing from Grove Street, Holly, or are you saying you think we should? It's a party. It's a party. No, he didn't. He said that there just needed to be some waivers. They're in consideration. But what I'm saying, though, is does Pope have a Usman, I bet he's having a culture shock at Kenny Chesney. Does he have on a sleeveless flannel? Has he cut off his flannel, made a sleeveless flannel? So I guess they're at the Sphere. I'm hoping to see them tomorrow. I should get into Vegas. Probably 7, 8 Vegas time. Listen, I don't know if we change it yet, but if Stein puts a winning product on the floor, he can pick whatever song he wants, as long as it ain't Rocky Top. You just saw him tweet about Usman? I thought maybe Usman. Okay. Grove Street, too similar to Ole Miss tailgate interlocking UK. Looks like Houston changed it all. I think I think he is going to go with the Power K. Everything he seems to have, he seems to rock the Power K. I didn't know this about Grove Street. All right, I'm going to have to look into it. All right. I'm not sold on Grove Street. I could be convinced. Holly, if you were a member, you could be rocking the Power K. I thought I've won you over by now. I really did. I thought, look at Larry coming through. I thought for sure I would have won Holly over by now, where she could have the Power K. Man, oh man. Love you, Larry. Appreciate you, brother. All right, Josh, shoot. I don't miss much. I don't remember that. I don't Mitch. I don't miss much KSR. I must have missed that one. The old cat logo back. A few Tyler Childers songs. At least Tyler Childers is from Kentucky, right? But you got to think about it. Okay. Were you the one asking me about Cal and Patino? Which one's the better coach? All right, Wildcat. I think it was you that asked me who was a better coach, Cal or Patino. I'm going to give you kind of a two-part answer. If I'm wanting a game coached to win a national championship, I'm taking Rick Pitino. If I want us to get the number one recruiting class, I'm taking Rick Pitino, or I'm taking John Calipari. I don't know what happy hour is, but okay. I'm not a drinker, so I don't know what that means. They've talked about it on the radio show too, Holly. Do you think Kentucky Wildcat football can beat Alabama this upcoming season at Kroger Field? Do you think they can? Yes. Do you think they will? No. That's my answer, Josh. Until we show that we can beat Bama, I'm going to say no. I know there's a lot of people out there that thinks we can. I know there's a lot of people out there that is already banking on us beating Alabama, but they're still Bama. Bama's still Bama. Once I see us beat them, that's really Stein's first big game at SEC. Oh, I knew that. Okay. I knew that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did know that. Hey, Peanut, will you put in chat what that Power K looks like? Maybe that'll influence Holly. Put it down there in the chat, Peanut. There you go. I see you working. All right, Clyde. I just want something. Okay, back to the song. I just want something. You know, somebody mentioned Tyler Childers. I'm not anti-Tyler Childers. I'm not anti-Morgan Wallen or whoever these guys are. I don't even know a lot of them. But if I want it to be a song that I feel like is going to kind of just inject life and energy into their veins. I don't want something that's going to be slowed down country. I want it to be energy. I want everybody in the crowd jumping up and down. I want the lights flashing. I just want it to be, and I don't know how Marcus Spears reclassing. I don't know how that affects his official visit that he's scheduled with Kentucky. I'm obviously, if he goes to 26 class and he commits, obviously it's off the table because I think he was one of the ones that wanted to schedule it in September because he wanted to come to a home football game. When you got recruits coming to these home football games, it's got to be electric in there. I don't want it to be my 6 foot or my Camaro got wrapped around a telephone pole. I don't want it to be some country, some slow down stuff. I want it to be a jam. I don't know what Nose to the Grindstone is by Tyler Childers. I can't listen to it or it'll yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, just want to I mean, just the first guy they tackle in the fourth quarter, I want him to come up looking out their ear hole or have snot bubbles coming out their nose. I want them to know they just got knocked into the middle of next week, and now we're going to kick their ass for leaving. That's what I want. All right. So for those of you that didn't hear, I am taking my laptop to Vegas. I did find a webcam that'll connect to my laptop. So I'm hoping that, to do a show from Vegas. Anything I see out in the wild, I'll try to get some videos on my phone. Like I said, there's a lot going on. I couldn't have picked a better time to go. I got the Coaching U clinic I'm going to where like I said, Billy Donovan's the guest. Well, he's the big, there's like 12 guest speakers, but he's the most well-known. All of them are either NBA coaches or assistant coaches or whatever. But the WSOP's out there, World Series of Poker. I love poker. I play a lot of Texas Hold'em. The UK men's basketball team's out there. The Summer League, the Las Vegas Aces are out there and they play. I'm going to try to live it up like these are my last days. If time is money, I'm an hour past paid. That kind of stuff. AC/DC, okay. Thunderstruck. Cat Scratch Fever, 2 Corning. I kind of like it. My thing is, who makes up the majority of the crowd? I've only been to a couple football games. All right. I'm not near as big a football. I will watch every football game on TV, but I'm not as big as a football fan as I am basketball, obviously. My high school didn't even have a football team. We're so small. But I watch every game. I know the rules. I understand what's going on with it. But here's my question. I want it to be, if it's a lot of younger kids, like college-age kids, I want it to be something they know. Are they going to know the words? Are they going to be able to sing it? Are they going to be able to get pumped? Well, probably me too. Jump by Van Halen. Might as well jump. Shoot, Josh, shoot. I don't know. That's a good question. What song? Really good question. I like it. I like it. These are kind of the thought-provoking questions I like. Guys, is there nobody in this? We got 90 people watching either through Twitter or YouTube. And is everybody that's watching already subscribed? Because for a week straight, I've had the same number of subscribers. I need to get you all to share the show. That's why you need to follow me on the X machine over here at PT Kelch. Send me a friend request so you can see my show and then you can share it. We got to get it out there. Drake, I like some of Drake's songs, but the ones I listen to, I don't know how they would be perceived. The language would be a factor. Kind of like what Holly said. Some of the big donors, the blue hairs, the big money people, they wouldn't like the language. I know. I've seen pictures, David. Yeah, I know you do. Can the women's basketball team go undefeated this upcoming season? The answer is no. South Carolina's still in the SEC, right? I think they are. Yeah, but they may pick boring songs, but they pay loud money. Yeah, I get it. I understand that. I said that earlier with it being summer. My dead period for high school basketball ends tomorrow at midnight. Then we can start having workouts and stuff again. Of course, I'll be in Vegas right when it ends. But yeah, I'm kind of excited. I hope I get to see some good stuff out in Vegas. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big sightseeing person. I would like to go up and down the strip. The buddy I'm going with, he wants to go out to the Grand Canyon. We're not coming back till Tuesday. So my plan is, which I don't know what time my flight leaves Tuesday. I'm thinking it's in the morning or afternoon. My plan is to do a show on Sunday night. I'm planning on doing the Sunday night from my laptop. Hopefully that works. I don't know if I'll have any graphics or anything done because I don't use a laptop here. It may just be for us to get on here and shoot the shit, which sometimes is better shows anyhow. Do you think Kentucky Wildcat men basketball can go undefeated this upcoming season? No, sir, I do not. I don't think there will ever be a college basketball team on the boys' side go 40-0. I don't. $40-0 is tough. I think we were going to do it in 2015. I really think, hear me if I'm wrong. How many of y'all agree with this? I think Cal would have left Kentucky or retired in 2015 if he went 40-0 and won a national championship. If you remember, that was one thing he always wanted to do at Kentucky was go 40-0. Ooh. Fire Pope. Why? He didn't go 40-0. Hey, aren't we the gold standard? The gold standard should be 40-0, right? You don't go 40-0, we fire your ass. I don't know what that is. Oh my gosh, y'all listen to a lot of songs I never heard of. I know that cracked me up, Holly. Cult of Personality, I like it. Don't know how it fits into the fourth quarter at Kroger Field, but I like the song. Cult of Person. What wrestler? Hey, David, I know you'll know. What wrestler came into Cult of Personality? My eyes feel like they're going to bleed. Can Kentucky Wildcat football win on the road this upcoming season? I feel pretty confident they will win at least one on the road, Josh. I don't know which one, but they will win at least one on the road for you. CM Punk. That's it. That's it. Never mind, David. It's CM Punk. I knew I'd know it once I heard it. Good job, Otis. Otis, you big into wrestling? I've often thought about doing a wrestling show on here one night. Maybe finding some wrestling matches on the YouTube. No, peanut butter posse. If it ain't Lil Wayne, I honestly don't listen to much music. That's a dumb statement, Chris. That's a dumb statement. I don't think it had anything to do with the NBA draft against Wisconsin at 38-0 when they didn't call shot clock violation. Don't think it had anything to do with it, but good try. No, I don't listen to any type of rock grunge type. Like, I know very little Green Day music. I know very I do know like some AC/DC, some Metallica. I do know some of that maybe. But I know I saw that. I'm all for that. CM Punk wrestled in my high school gym back when he was with OVW. OV dub. But I like hey, what about any Eminem songs? I know Eminem songs are a little bit older, but I think Grove Street Party is too, but kind of shocks me because Waka Flocka Flame is kind of taken. We've kind of adopted him. Ooh, I do know that song. I do know that's what about bringing out the I don't know who sings it, but let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Is that Marilyn Manson too? The bad thing is, David, it'd be kind of hard for me to show those matches because they're all copyrighted. I don't know how I could get by with that. If I show any kind of highlight film, I've got by with it once or twice, but most of them get flagged. Drowning Pools Bodies. Okay. That used to be OVW's intro music when they would do their television show. David knows it. I mean, here's another question I ask. You know, if we play a song in the fourth quarter, and I'm assuming this is something that all schools do on their home field. They play they got their own traditions or whatever. Most schools probably play a song to start the fourth quarter. I do know that all the players hold up the four going into the fourth quarter, whatever. Just hearing, hey, if you hear the glass, hit your ass. But I'm assuming most schools do songs of something of that nature. If we played a song that just got hype, I'm talking about hit hard, is there a chance it could pump up the opponent too? Because they're hearing it too. You know what I'm saying? Or is that just a dumb question? Like I said, I know football post routes, hook and ladders, curls. I know the game, but has to be like a sing along. Okay. I'd be curious to see what Will Stein picks, or if he sticks with Nazareth. Ooh, I've heard of them. Don't they sing "Hair of the Dog"? What about little Ozzy Osbourne, "Crazy Train"? I don't know any of these or anything about football. Ooh, DMX is, yeah, okay. Skeet Skeet. Now, I have heard that. I know more rap than I know anything. And I know that's probably hard for you all to realize, but I'm kind of a rap fan. That was good discussion, Holly. I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't hear about it. I didn't know it, but that's good discussion. I don't even know what that means. Eminem Invisible, is that the name of the song? All right, I see it now. Actually, it's Machine Gun Kelly. Machine Gun Kelly is Invincible, featuring Esther Dean. I don't see anything about Eminem and Esther Dean. Now, Machine Gun Kelly looks a little bit like Eminem. Oh, okay. I do see the video now of the Mark Pope interview on KSR. When I clicked on it earlier, it said private video. Wonder if they changed it to public, and I missed it. I would like this one, but it suits the Bengals a little bit more. That's why the Bengals use it. I'm a Guns N' Roses fan. I like a little Guns N' Roses. Does Metallica have anything? Enter Sandman? Is that? The final countdown. What about Eye of the Tiger? Except we're Wildcats. Never mind. I don't know, but is that facetious? Hey, Peanut, linked in the chat is my merch store. I expect you to buy a shirt. I want you repping the Stay Hot podcast. You got a 33% discount in the next so many hours. Somebody in here asked me about, John Boy, was it you that asked me about merch? Somebody asked me about merch. Now, I love Lil Wayne. I could sing. Hey, I could perform Blunt Blowing if they invited me to Kroger Field. You can get a Con John shirt. Yeah, I do it now before it goes to $24. You can go to the site and order it. I ordered one. It just ain't came in yet. See, I don't know. Final countdown. Only if a video of Gob blush dancing. Who is that? Is that supposed to be Jeb Bush? Josh, if you go to the bottom of the chat, there's a link starting with T Public. Click that and it takes you to my store. I'll post it in the chat again for you, Josh. But let me make sure it's still at the bottom. Do you see it at the bottom, Josh? Okay, somebody did. Down at the right above the chat box, it says the Stay Hot Podcast in yellow, and it says the T Public. John Cougar. Let me know if you see it, Josh. Deftones, I don't know who that is. Gob, Bluth. I have no idea. You're all speaking a foreign language to me, and that's no joke. That is no joke. And honestly, if there's any other designs we want on shirts, I can make them as well. I just hadn't paid no time into it just yet. Okay, Josh, if you see it, I won't add it again. Okay. Okay, Pantera, Slayer, Motor. Damn, Holly, what? Are you okay? Holly, are you all right? I will say this. I do know who Rage Against the Machines is, Bulls on Parade, and I do like that. Holly, I'd like to know. Are you on Facebook, Twitter? I'd like to know more about you. That's interesting. I've heard of Pantera and Slayer, but I don't know what either of those songs are. Never heard of Motorhead. Rammstein, Du Hast. I have heard that. Needs to be loud, heavy stadium rock. Listen, I'm going to email. I'm emailing Coach Stein tomorrow to get him on the Stay Hot podcast. Yeah, right. I don't even know why they let Caitlin Clark play tonight. She's played about 12 minutes in 2-minute spurts. How can anybody play in that type, in 2 minutes you're coming out, 2 minutes you're coming out? Why even let her play at all? I think Stephanie White's personally sabotaging her so her numbers drop. Hold her back. Just keep her out. And now what's happening is Boston's sitting tonight. Tomorrow, Boston's going to play against Alyssa Thomas's team, and Caitlin's sitting out. But they just said Caitlin just went back to the locker room. So, listen, she's got to get out of Indianapolis. And I never thought I'd say that, but I'm getting more and more. I pay $20 a month for the WNBA channel just for Caitlin Clark. I'm getting fired up about it. Ooh, Outkast. Okay. I listen to all kinds of different music. I see that. I agree with that 100%. But I don't even know why they let her play tonight. I mean, listen, they've got people. I mean, they're even giving her turnovers for other people. This guy that's an Indiana fan, Caitlin Clark fan, more than a Fever fan, but he put a video up where Dantas threw a post-entry pass to a Sparks player, but Clark got the turnover. That's unreal. Oh, Chris. Oh. First of all, I don't like to get too excited about it because let me look here. I need 100 members. And currently I have Captain Crash, you've been gifted a membership. I'm going to take it upon you for you to renew that. Somebody gave you a free one. Now you need to renew it. I have 39 members. Okay. But my members are down 26% from the previous 30 days. Larry gifted you a membership, Crash. So I think you can renew it for 99 cents a month for Larry. Oh, thank you. I just thought you was gifted because it said 0. It doesn't tell me who buys them or when. I don't get notifications, but I do appreciate it. I know, Clyde. I know you're the $1.99 a month. I know. I don't know. Where's Chris's comment at? Listen, Stanley, I'm worried that Polachek's going to duck me. But I'm going to call him out. But what they're going to do is, you know what they're going to do? I think you should come out to Thunderstruck like Arturo Gatti. Who's Arturo Gatti? Is he an MMA guy? Listen, here's the thing, guys. We got to call out somebody that I can beat or somebody that's willing to split $500 with me. If somebody gives me their word, hey, we'll split it up. We'll go in there and split it. But hey, I like Thunderstruck. I do. Smells like Teen Spirit. I don't know, but I can just tell you this. I'm going to vlog it. We're going to make a big deal about it. Once I hit 100. Now here's the deal. The next one's in August. I think the time's up. I can't register for the one in August. But then after that, I think the next one will be January or February. We got from August to December probably to get to 100. Now here's the deal. All right. Here's the deal. When Larry and Paxton and all these guys, when they gift 5 memberships, that membership runs out after a month. If you don't renew it on your own, I lose that membership. So I'm constantly going up and down, up and down, up and down. I couldn't whip Kevin Hart. He'd whip my hind end. I'm going to give everything I got to Jacob Polachek. I'm going to try. He's probably not in my weight class. I think he's a little feller, but I'll tell Redneck Brawl that we got. You know what, though? I think he unblocked me on the Twitter machine. Let me go check. I think he unblocked me. I don't know if I got any beef with him anymore. Oh, yeah. I see. Hey, let me show you all this. Hold on. Polachek's probably taller than me. Look at this picture from Usman. Look at inside this sphere. I don't even know how to. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger, but Jack Pilgrim tweeted this. But look inside that sphere. How could you pay attention to what's going on in there? Look at all those people. I don't know if I'd like inside there. I don't even know what all those videos and pictures are. Are they all Kenny Chesney? Here and I don't know. That's Jack Pilgrim if I don't even care if Polachek knocks me out. It'll be good. I'll put on a show. I'm a performer, guys. I'm a performer. You get me in there. I'm gonna patent the Redneck Brawl, BRA, and I'm gonna just wear a brawl. It may on each spot right here, right there where the bra is, I'll have the Stay Hot logos. Hey, we'll do it right. I don't know if they'll let me in, but I'm gonna try. That's what I'm saying, Holly. Like, I'm not 100% sure. That looks like nothing but a huge distraction to me, and I'm not 100% sure what it is. But I can tell you this: at least Usman's standing in the back to where he can see over top of everybody. He ain't blocking anybody's view. I'd hate to go to a concert like that and stand behind the 6'11" guy, but that would be my luck. Guys, you want to know what kind of luck I have? And this is no luck. It's no joke. I went to Hooters one time and got a male waiter. Have you all ever done that? Went to Hooters and got a male waiter? I have. They were so busy that a cook came out from behind and took my order. And that is no joke, Chris. I couldn't make that up. I couldn't make that up. I'd like to. But I don't know how long my flight to Vegas is. I think it's nonstop. I don't think there's any layovers or delays. I'll find out, but I'll put some thought into this song thing. But my good buddy KY Kruger that comes in the chat here every once in a while and got his own. He writes all of his songs, writes a lot of rap songs. He may write me a personal one. I don't know. I know he wants to vlog it. He's got all the equipment and everything to do all that. And he's a paid member, so he's put his time, he's put his money in there so I'll give him a chance to vlog it and stuff. And if he wants to write the song, I'll take a personal one. But if not, we'll do a show one night and we'll pick the song. I am so pissed off right now at the Indiana Fever. I mean, Caitlin Clark is kind of like their golden goose, and they're going to screw things up. All right, let's see here. They're down 91-81 to a terrible, terrible Sparks team. You know what they're doing, don't you? The two games without Clark, they won. Now that she's played in 16 minutes. Jeez, old Pete. They've got 3 players that got a plus. Michaela Timpson's +3. Taisha Harris is +2. And Lexi Hall's +1. Caitlin Clark, obviously she's not well. They let her play tonight, but she's playing 2 to 3 minute increments. Playing 2 to 3 minutes, come out. Sits out 4 or 5, plays 2 to 3, comes out. I mean, who can play like that? Just don't play her at all. Let's go Kroger ring. Yeah, I got it. Peanut, if I go to Redneck Brawl, you go come and watch? Gotti was a boxer. Him and Mickey Ward had a couple of the greatest boxing matches ever. If anyone hasn't ever seen them, watch them. Arturo Gotti. I've heard that name, but I didn't know what he did. All right, I'm going to go ahead and type them into my YouTube because I'm probably going to watch them here tonight. Where's it at? They haven't announced yet. This one in August, I think, is in Tennessee. So the next one will probably be Ohio. They're trying to get it in. I know Corbin, Kentucky has made Corbin, Kentucky is trying to make a push for it at the arena. But the only thing I don't like about it is, honestly, there's more fights in the crowd than the ring, and it's just people acting stupid. They get drunk and can't handle themselves, and then they act ridiculously dumb. And I don't like that. But, it is what it is. Maybe that's where I've heard. I follow a lot of true crime cases. I might cover the true crime case where Sheriff Mickey Stein shot Judge Mullins down in Letcher County. When it goes to trial, I may cover it on this channel. I love doing court cases and things like that. They got to do something, David. Now, without Caitlin Clark, Stephanie White's system works better without a ball dominant guard. But when you got a generational talent like Caitlin Clark, you better find something that fits her skills. And I don't think she's done it. All right. Arturo Gatti Jr. First Mickey Ward's first thing that pops up. It's got 2.4 million views. I will watch it. Yep. The tragic story. I just saw it. Yep. Oh, thanks for passing that along. I'm going to watch it. And honestly, this redneck brawl, it's all amateur junk. People just meet in the middle and just throw hands at wild. The ones who actually have some boxing skill do really well at it. I've never been in a fight. If I have, it was probably second or third grade when somebody stole my Tonka truck. Or my bicycle, you're not getting a polished fighter with me, but you're getting a performer. You're getting a showstopper. David, you want to get in the ring with me and we split that 500? You'll probably know, David, you would be in Sasquatch's. You'd be in Sasquatch's range. Listen, that dude that's fighting Sasquatch that comes in our chat, what's his name? Carl something. He's in our chat all the time. Hey, there's a woman that does it that I know I couldn't whip. I couldn't whip her. Her name's NyQuil because she puts them to sleep. Oh, yeah, I've watched almost all of them. Some of that's pretty rough, man. The mental stuff. I mean, they're on the road 320 plus times a year. That's rough. Oh, Christian Bale in it too? Wow. I'll bring a folding chair like the Moondogs used to back in Memphis. That might be recognizable. But I will tell you this. If somebody hits me good, I will do the Rick. If I can remember, I'll do the Ric Flair kind of and just fall face first. I'll put on a show. Redneck Brawl ain't seen nothing like me ever before. Was Dark Side of the Ring the one that did the Montreal screw job one with Brett and Vince? There's also a girl from Kentucky that does it. She's called Conspiracy Smoke Show. She'll throw hands. Hey, David, Sasquatch, 6'7", 350. You want him? I thought they did. In episode. I was trying to find the match where Sasquatch fought that Carl that's in here, that's in our chat sometimes. And I was going to show it to you on here. Probably be copyright and I'd probably get flagged, but I can't even find it. I put I don't know what he goes by. Carl, what's his Redneck Brawl name? Where you at when I need you, Carl? Could be your Bobby Heenan. I'd rather you be like not Bobby Heenan, but like a mouthpiece like you know the old ECW guy with Brock Lesnar, Paul Heyman. All Sasquatch does is try to lay on you. I could not find. It must not be on here. Huh. I was actually going to show it to y'all, but I can't find it. No, not the ECW. Paul Heyman's who I was thinking of. Or if you're going to be Jimmy, it was Jimmy Hart. No, Jim Cornette. Bring the tennis racket. Yeah, I thought they did an episode on Montreal Screwjob. That was awful for what they did to Bret Hart. You all agree with that? How Vince just kind of took it from him? Well, way I take that hype is I'm going to take it with a grain of salt because last year, if you remember, he had a really good summer and it didn't really translate. But I'm also going to say this, Peanut. The way Mark Pope and them determine the best players all by analytics, all by numbers, and he said he was the best by far on defensive efficiency. And I think if you remember, if you listen to the interview, Matt, when he said defensive efficiency for Trent Noah, Matt kind of laughed. So it was kind of surprising. If you see Pope tomorrow, ask him how he feels about the Tyron Stokes. No, because I might tell him how I felt about him in the Tyron Stokes situation. Right now, Pope's not getting a stay hot ops card right now. You know, Con John is. Pope's not an op just yet. Back in the ICW days, somebody tried to take the mask off the Miser. As you know, the Miser was Angelo Poffo, leaping landing. Yeah, I did know the Miser. Who is he guarding? I think he's going to play in some of the manager games this year. David knows as much about wrestling as anybody I know, Stanley. I know Jackie Fargo, but Roughhouse Fargo I don't. David will know both of them. I've heard he's playing a lot at the 2-3. I don't know. He's 6'6". I know he's small, but I think here's what I like about it. Here's what I like about Trent Noah that I think we should respect. He knows he's got to climb an uphill battle, right? He's got to climb an uphill battle to get playing time. He could have transferred to somewhere like Dayton, like Travis Perry, and probably got all the playing time he wanted. Okay? He chose to stay at Kentucky and fight, compete, scrap, claw. And I just think that we need to respect that. And I think when it comes down to it, in that interview, Mark Pope said, in the postseason that he would obviously cut down his rotation. I think it's going to be curious to see who makes that rotation and who don't. I mean, what's up, Anthony? How's it going, man? Guys, if you're a member, welcome Anthony with the L's down in the chat. There you go, Clyde. You read my mind. Thanks for stopping by, Anthony. I do appreciate it, man. You excited about your cards this year? Are you more excited about card football or card basketball? Which one? Steve Kern and Stan Lane. Da-da, da-da, da-da. I remember. Football only because it's closer. I get that. Totally get that. Yeah. I'd say others probably didn't like playing with him. I think there's some truth to that, Chris. Did you see where people in Kansas are already online shooting comments at Stokes because on the 4th of July, he was firing off fireworks and, just seemed like he was all willy-nilly with the fireworks and firing them off left and right with people who weren't even on the team. So they're already concerned that maybe he's hanging out with the wrong group. I don't know why they thought that, because he was enjoying fireworks. I mean, they are 18-year-old kids, but there's already some people out there that are already, and I'm talking about Kansas people when I say people out there that are already on him. It seems like Stokes is going to live it up on his college. Like, he's going to live it up. Oh, okay, yeah. I did, but I couldn't remember if I did or not. I'd say Stokes is probably could be kind of hard to handle. I hope if he cusses at his mom, I hope she backslaps him. That's what I was thinking too, Anthony, that, I know he's not just a normal kid on that campus. They put, you know what I'm saying? I know you don't want to treat athletes necessarily any different, so to speak, yeah, right. But they've got a lot of money invested in him, or somebody does. And every day or every July 5th, there's somebody waking up with less than 10 fingers. You know what I'm saying? So I totally agree with that 100%, Anthony. And some of the people were making valid arguments, but it seems like a lot of the Kansas people were already, and I'm not going to say turn their back on him, but I think they were already starting to see that, he kind of does what he wants when he wants and doesn't really let nobody bother him. Let me see if I can share, still get some. Come on, guys, 28 likes. We've had 85 to 90 people in here most of the time. We got about 45 on Twitter and 45 on YouTube. Hit that like button for me. The more likes, the more people it gets out to. Here's something for you all. Hold on. For you high school basketball fans. It won't apply to all of you all because some of you aren't Class A schools. Yeah, wasn't he like 10 years old? I think I saw that. The All-A Classic statewide tournaments for basketball, baseball, softball, and volleyball are returning to Owensboro for the 26-27 seasons. Now, Owensboro does have a nice sports center down there. Their gym is really, really nice. But I can tell you this. I appreciate you, Anthony. I really do. But like, I would love to go watch that, but I'm not. Owensboro's in another time zone. It's 4 or 5 hours away from me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. That just blows my mind. Right. I mean, if you've already did it, don't hit it. But I mean, if we've had 90-some people in here most of the night and there's only 29, 30 likes, and some may hit it on their way out too, because once they're on the screen, they may be watching on their TV or something. All right. Still going live. Come and chat. I haven't heard nothing about Big Unfaithful. You mean Unfiltered? He said sometime in July, but he's only done one show in like the last 2 weeks, and that was just like yesterday. I've not heard anything from him. Now, I will say this on let me see this here. Let me find it here. How many of you are going to this coming? Well, next Friday, I should say. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm going to drive all the way down, I think. Louisville's probably about 2 hours for me, but I'm going to drive down just see how many people I can meet. Hopefully, I've got my John Calipari shirt in by then. I should have. I'm going to wear it to the show. Woo. I'm getting a little toasty, getting a little warm. Who? Who in the hell is Ed Bassmaster? That's right. I love watching old wrestling promos. Yeah, Jake. I can't wait to meet you, brother. Yeah, I don't know why that was. I don't know if maybe Big Mike, I don't know if that's the only time he could get. I don't know. Is the OG prankster on YouTube? Okay. Have you ever heard of Tom Mabe? I'll look him up later. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch that boxing match first. Yeah, but I plan on being in Louisville all night. I'll probably end up staying in Louisville that night. So if y'all ain't doing nothing, stop down. It might be a lot of fun. I don't know. It's gonna be fun just hoping to actually just kind of getting to meet guys. We talked about it. I mean, I think it's definitely concerning when he says that he's been their best player with defensive efficiency. But he had a lot of comments about about Noah last summer too, about being the best shooter, and then he never hit one come game time. So I don't know if he does that for. But you know what? Momchilovich said in one of his interviews, he said that Noah's been the best player. So I mean, you know, Pope does everything he's data driven. He likes numbers, analytics, and I'm sure they chart every single thing. And the one advantage Noah does have, he's been in Pope's system for 3 years now. He's probably the only one that knows it. So I mean, it's still early. I mean, I can see why it would be concerning, but I mean, it's July 8th, I think, July 9th now after midnight. So I'm not going to put much stock into it, but I definitely come the season, Anthony, if they're as poor defensively as they've been in the past, you'll probably hear me call it out. Hate to hear that, man. Prayers for your mom. Hey, JEFF, JARRETT. Well, that's true. The more real an angle is, the more money it brings. That's true. Oh yeah, I got family in heating, HVAC, heating and air. You're right. I think that's with everybody. Peanut. I think that's with everybody. We always hear what fits our agenda or what fits our narrative. Um, um, Jake, if you're in here, I'm assuming, or anybody else can answer too. Is it going to cost anything to get into this Melwood Tavern? Are they going to have food? Dancing women? What all they got? Because if I'm driving all the way to Louisville, I'm going to want to make a day of it. Hopefully, he's still in here and Jake can give us the lowdown scoop. I talked to Lee and she said they'd be cooking, not sure on price. So, well, I mean, I'm not expecting Ruth Chris or Jeff Ruby or whatever they're called. I mean, they have some killer fried. Oh, are you serious? Fried chicken? Listen, I'm all for it, brother. I love a little fried bologna too. We got a little restaurant around here that serves fried bologna. I got you. Understand. Still need somebody to take care of her, and it says a lot about you. And I know you're her son, but I know a lot of sons out there that wouldn't put the time in. Well, there's probably a lot of coach speak involved there. I mean, I understand coach speak. I use it a lot. I really do. You ain't lying, Anthony. You ain't lying. Growing up, that was a full course meal. Fried bologna. Have you ever had a fried bologna and egg sandwich? Oh, man, you're all gonna make me get in there and cook one. I always got bologna. Right, right. It's the if I don't ever talk about you, that's when you need to worry. If I don't ever get on you, that's when you need to worry. Yeah, I'd like Anthony. If you live in Louisville, stop on by. Oh man, that's rough, Chris. I can relate to watching Dad die. I did that in '99 with my dad. He had cancer and he was an alcoholic, and I watched hospice come in and just basically watched him die. I don't know what I would have done if I'd walk in and found my mom unexpectedly dead. That, man, prayers for you, brother. That's tough. Can't do the old tomato, but my dad was a big fried bologna. Have you ever had fried bologna and egg? Ooh, bologna and Grippo chips. I've heard of that. Yep. Problem is, I plan on being in Louisville. I may eat 2 meals at the Melwood Tavern. I may eat 2 meals. Yeah, that's true. Peanut, did you see Wotega hurt his foot again in the summer league? He's out for the rest of the summer league. Um, and I think it's more precaution for the rest of the summer league, but I'm hoping I get to see him in Vegas this week. For somebody that was only at Kentucky a couple years, Otega would probably be up near the top as one of my favorite players. Same with Oscar Schwebwe. Schwebwe, I love him. I don't. Mm-mm. Me too, because I think he's got a real good chance. He had a really good game one, then he kind of struggled, but same exact thing my dad too from drinking in the hospice prayers you Pat and everyone dealing with this stuff that is living hell. I know, not day that goes by that right, and one of the one of the one of the one of the sayings that I don't know if I agree with is, you often hear time heals all wounds. I don't think time heals those wounds. I think we just learn how to cope. We just learn how to deal with it. Well, I also think that he knows Malachi. Did you listen to the interview? And if you listen to his interview, what did you think about when Matt asked him about if he ever feared that Malachi would leave Kentucky for another university? Yeah, I don't think time heals. I just think we learn to deal with it. Chris, the world don't stop. It's a tough place out there, and they don't stop for nobody. You just got to keep trucking, keep going. But did you see that question, Peanut, about where he asked him? I never heard anything about Malachi consider another. We all kind of thought it was a weird question in here. Me and Crash, and there was somebody else, I think Clyde. We all kind of thought it was kind of I'd never heard. Now I heard that, he may leave to go pro, which I think everybody heard that. But I'm not saying other universities didn't come after him. I'm asking, do you ever feel like it was like that he ever considered leaving Kentucky? You know what I'm saying? Like, did he ever consider? So you really think he considered it? I never heard that. Not disagreeing. I'm just saying I didn't hear it. Um, okay. Wow. I'd say in the back of his mind, he probably wondered how he would be received by the Big Blue Nation. Kentucky boy leaving Kentucky for Duke. Yeah. But, you know, he did what was right. He came back. But I also don't. He shouldn't feel a lot of pressure because of the pieces we have around him. But I think that's also one position that, you know, if something were to happen at other positions, I think we have room. But like if we were to lose Malachi for whatever reason, and I'm not going to say anything else about it, just because I don't want to speak it into existence. I don't do many of the Twitter spaces. I don't know. I lose my attention quick. I love Big Blue Dylan, but I can't listen to. Man. See if there's anything on the Book of Face. Have y'all been following that story of those 16 kids living with their mom and grandparents? Yeah. That's what I'm saying earlier. You know, I think that's what Chris said. Nobody really knows and understands what we're dealing with. So, with that being said, it's not hard to be kind to everybody. I try to live by the philosophy when you can be anything in this world, be kind. I agree, Holly. I agree. I don't see anything there. Holly, have you been following the incident or I guess it's not really a case yet, but those 16 kids found living in those deplorable conditions out of Ohio? Mom is the mother of all 16 of them, and she's only like 33 years old. It's been all over the news. I think it's pretty national too. I don't think it's local. I think it's seen the video. Yeah. Sometimes I see it, but I don't always put it up on the screen, Chris. I try to overlook some of that stuff because I understand how it works, and I don't want to bring any more attention to it to make it worse than what it is. Say maybe Clyde didn't see it. I don't want to put it on the screen for everybody to see. It's not something everybody probably needed to see. So, and I don't mind I don't mind a disagreeing of opinions or disagreeing of thoughts. I just don't want it to get personal to where you start cussing each other and all that. Yeah, it's awful. You know what? And I don't know this situation, but you know, I used to get in arguments with veteran teachers when I first started teaching, how they would write a kid up or send a kid to the office because they didn't have paper or pencil. So you know what I would do? At the beginning of the year, I'd buy extra paper and extra pencil. So when a kid didn't bring it, I would give it to him as opposed to getting him out of the classroom. You don't know what these kids are dealing with at home. You don't know what it's like behind that closed door. You don't know if they had breakfast for the last 3 mornings. So you're going to send them to the office over missing a pencil or a sheet of paper? Come on. And I know it's their responsibility to bring it, but do you think, My gosh, did you see inside of that house? It's awful. It's awful. But I've always been an advocate for kids, and I've always been, my first 15 years, I taught regular education, which means I taught in the general classroom. I taught 6th grade social studies. I had one prep all day long. Good gig. Okay. Loved it. Loved social studies. Loved history. Then I got into special education. I did learning disabilities. I did behavior disabilities. I did emotional and behavior disabilities. And then they moved me, or then I got my degree in MSD, which is moderate and severe disabilities. That's when you have the bedridden, the nonverbal, the cerebral palsies. I mean, they're pretty severe. And those years with the moderate and severe kids were probably more rewarding to me than any years I've ever taught. And now I'm in an alternative classroom where all of my kids are generally in the court system, to where they're getting a second chance, to complete their work, come to school, no behavior problems, and then get their license. They can graduate, kind of give them a second chance. So I've had very rewarding jobs that I wouldn't trade for this world. And I'm very appreciative and grateful for the opportunities I've had. But I'm always going to advocate. I'm always going to advocate for my kids. I mean, I've stood up to principals. I've stood up to law enforcement. I've stood up to the court. When I think my kids are right, I'm going to defend them. Now, when they're wrong, I'll be the first to tell you. Yeah, Matt's mom, she's a lawyer, so she's probably pretty intelligent, which Matt's really intelligent. Always be kind. Every one of us is going through something. Now, how true is that? And honestly, there's some days that, I'm here at the house and I'll say, I got a podcast later. And I almost talk myself out of it. But once I hit go live, it's like the best thing that I could have ever done. It makes me forget anything or everything for the 2-3 hours that I do it. You know what I'm saying? The chat, the group of people that we have here, the ones that show up every single week, the conversations we have, and it's not always basketball. We've talked about life. Hell, we talk about Redneck Brawl more than we talk about basketball, because right now there's just not much to talk about. However, it's like, excuse me. So, I mean, it's like, when you have anxiety and depression, as I do, and I've been on pretty strong medication for years. It's like, if you don't understand anxiety and depression, I know where the phrase "it's all in his head" comes from. I will talk myself out of doing things and going places if I'm not on my medication. Like, I will have something I thoroughly enjoy doing. For example, Louisville next week. I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait to do it. But if I quit taking my medicine the next 2 or 3 days, I would literally talk myself out of going, although I know I would enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, Holly. I mean, I love our, I can't wait till we can actually get into the season where we actually have games, plays, things to talk about, but I love it. Right. And sometimes, his plan isn't meant for us to understand. Now, would I love to understand it? Sure. I sure would. But it's not meant for me to understand. Yeah. I love stand-up comedy. If you're ever in Lexington, they've Comedy Off Broadway has, I remember going there, and I've seen a lot of comedians there that, when they say laughter is the best medicine, there's a lot of truth to that. And that's all I try to do here is bring, when I dress up like Pat Kelsey for a stream here in a few days, weeks, whatever, or just you don't know the joy I had in making that. Guy's a con artist, or I really love the idea of I had to find a way to make these hats know which one was Kentucky, which one was Kansas, other than the colors. I put the states on them. I thought, okay, I can't write Kansas, I can't write UK, KU, whatever for copyright stuff, but I probably could get in trouble for having his tweet back there on the wall. He tweeted and Mo Williams says, "Let's go." Going to see David Cross in a couple weeks. We went to see Josh Wolf. I'll tell you what else I like to go see. I love to go see magicians. Jeff Dunham's good. I agree. I'm glad you were here tonight. I needed a mental break. I appreciate you and everyone in here and everyone who was in here. Yeah, I actually, before you got here, Stanley, I asked the chat, I'm like, I couldn't think of Stanley. I'm like, where's that one that has family in their name? I've not seen him in a while because I know you're always here. So, it was really good to see you because for example, I don't know if y'all remember Donkfish. Y'all remember Donkfish? I've got him on Twitter. I reached out to him on Twitter message. Never met him before in my life other than on the show. And I just checked on him, see how he's doing. I said, I hope you ain't mad at me. I missed you on the show. And he just says he has a lot going on. I wished him well, said I'd pray for him, and went on. If somebody's, like when we do this 2 or 3 times a week like I do, I know some of you all better than I know my neighbors. You know what I'm saying? And so when some of you are here and then you're not, I try to reach out. That's why I wish all of you all had like Twitter or something to where I could follow you, or a Facebook or something. My Facebook is just my name, Patrick Kelch. I would love to be where I can keep up with you all. If you all miss a few shows, I'm going to be bugging you, not because you're missing a show, because I want to check on you and see how you're doing. That's just kind of how I am. Oh, I love Dave Chappelle. Man. Hey, nobody can be Clyde better than you, brother. Oh, yeah, David Blaine was great. Chris Angel just kind of took street magic to a whole nother level. But I'm more of a sleight of hand card magic type thing. But, yeah, I like that kind of magic too. Chris Angel was phenomenal. Awesome. That's great, Chris. Can you not get any kind of maybe THC or something like in medicine form to where you still kind of get it, but yet it's helping? Don't relapse, brother. Stay strong. If you send me a friend request, I will. I'm not going to get on there right now, but I will. So you do get your job back, David? I wondered about that when I saw that they were opening again. I'm glad to hear you're going back. I thought about you. I saw that it was going to reopen in a few weeks, but I'm also glad that Frisch's is reopening in August. I wonder when Pope got to Vegas, because when the team flew, nice. Let me know on Messenger when y'all open again. I put it in the chat, Clyde. Actually, I'm sorry. Hold on. Actually, it's just. Actually, I guess my middle name's out of it now. Let me see if I can delete that. Okay. I about put my own self in timeout. Wonder what they would do to that. John Party's playing at the Reds tonight. At the Red Stadium. I don't even know who John Party is, but some of my friends are there. So yeah, if you all want to on Facebook, there's my name down there. If you all don't want to add me because you don't want me to know about your personal life, that's fine too. I understand. It's called cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome. It causes a person to violently puke for days. I've almost died. Chris, no, we're not doing that. No, sir, we're not doing that. You got a community here that cares about you now. We ain't doing that. That's right. That's right. We'll have the same thing, but maybe tweak a few things, but it'll be good, I think. Well, nothing wrong with new ideas, new management, new ownership, as long as they're trying to progress the business instead of going backwards. But this is the first time I've ever done a show. This is the first time that I've ever done a show where I've had more people watching through Twitter than YouTube. Yeah, I did, Jake. I'm kind of surprised. That they're setting up. I mean, I just saw all that big equipment on the field again. It looks to be in the same spot at least, so it won't tear up another part. But they were catching a lot of hell over that. That kind of shocked me. Probably because you got too many friends, Clyde. Yeah, did y'all hear about that virus causing explosive diarrhea? I heard about that, David. Hope you don't have it. I think I do have some of you guys on Facebook. I don't remember exactly who, but I've seen y'all before. That's why you need to add some of us on Twitter, Facebook, or something. So anytime you need an outlet or event, I can add you on here and help me, and you can talk through this. I'm the diarrhea king. King shit on Poop Island. Is that what you are, Peanut Butter? King shit on Poop Island. I can't wait to start working on the card series of my people here in the audience, in the chat. Clyde, how do you know all these people that I'm friends with, dude? Man. I sent you a friend request. I don't eat much lettuce, but I had lettuce yesterday. Clyde, we got 4 mutual friends. That's good advice. Did you see my friend request? All right, I got you. Oh. Yeah, I know Anthony Wireman. Oh. There's my man, Carl. We were just talking about you in Redneck Brawl, how you whipped Sasquatch's ass. We were just talking about you. Yeah, I'm Titletown there. Danville, Boyle County. My gosh. Good, brother. Good. Are you? Hey, sorry. Who you got this? Who you got in August? Randy. Oh, Randy Neese won't accept it. You know why? He saw you put a hurting on Sasquatch. He didn't want none. I can't find you on YouTube. I was going to show him your fight against. So, are you going to call somebody else out, Carl? Or are you just going to? Are you going to be there in August? Or are you just going to skip this one? Anybody that wants it. Holy hell! Hey, what if Tennessee Cornbread comes at you? You don't want none of Tennessee Cornbread, do you, Carl? I'll tell you who was badass that I ain't seen in a while is Georgia Outlaw. My gosh. I wouldn't fight him if I had a chainsaw. Yeah, you ain't ducking them. You ain't ducking them. Did Randy Neese respond? Have you tagged him in Facebook post? I'll be honest with you, Carl. I've not seen near as many call outs for this one coming in August. Huh. Yeah, that's a misconception, David. All Pentecostals handle snakes. I saw where the deadline's kind of passed for the August 15th one, Carl. Are you from Clay County, Carl? Are you from Manchester? Okay, yeah, I think I see. I think this is you on Facebook here. I'll send. I'm gonna send. Yeah, you got a UK. You got a UK. All right, I'm following you now. Okay. Oh, from Manchester, Clay County, baby. Bobby Keith. I don't feel like I see all your posts. Martin County, hey, Ultra, if you're new here, man, give me a like and subscribe. Anybody that's new here, give me a like and subscribe. But listen, what about old Braxton Keithley? Didn't he just leave this week? I think he was Martin County, wasn't he? Yeah. Well, Martin County, I know a lot of they had another big guy too several years ago. His brother coaches in Winchester. Can't think of his name right now. Oh, okay. Braxton Keithley will be a stud, man. He already is, but you know what I'm saying. Prolific Prep, yeah, no, can't be mad about that. Listen, you'd much rather him go with the Prolific Prep than go to Paintsville or Johnson Central, or you know what I'm saying? All right, brother. See you, David. Take care, my man. Okay, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know Justin Johnson. Okay, I coach high school basketball, but I coach girls. So, but I follow boys and girls all over the state. Yeah, Perry County Central. They get a lot of transfers. Yeah, it's. I knew that when they started leaking on Twitter that a big name was transferring. I knew it could only be one of three people in Kentucky. The Johnson kid from St. X, Keithley, or Rondo's kid, but they said it was a senior, so that kind of knocked out Rondo's kid. But once Rondo's kid gets to be a senior, that's when we hire him, his dad. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, man. Is that the one coming up now, Carl? Are you serious? No, I don't see it, but that's crazy. You've said that for a couple. It ain't on Twitter yet, so it must not be real. He probably ain't even in Serbia. That's what I thought. So I had my Twitter open, but I didn't see nothing pop up. Now that Denver Baker guy, he ran his mouth like he was going to fight Daryl Hinkle. I've not seen that either. Hey, don't believe Peanut. He didn't go to Gonzaga. He's pulling your leg. He said he was going to fight Hinkle, and then he backed out. He ain't going to fight nobody. Denver Baker's a sissy. That wouldn't even be a challenge, Carl. Hey, when you whooped Sasquatch last time, did you get your $500 check? Or they say they disqualified you? Let me see if I can get you one, Josh. I didn't get nothing. Okay, but if you do win, don't they just hand it to you right outside the ring? $500 check. There's like 27 Josh Geigers. Which one are you? Okay. No, but I said that if I get 100, my membership is 99 cents a month. All right, my membership is 99 cents a month. I said if I get 100 members, I would sign up to be in this Redneck Brawl. All right, I'll look. It's 1,000 if you get knocked out of the night. What's that? What's that mean? If you knock somebody out, you get 1,000. Carl, hey, challenge me, Carl. I'll accept, and we'll split it 500 apiece. You can waylay me. All right, you got the UK background. All right, Josh, I sent you one. Yeah, I know. 26 possibly. Shit, I don't want none of that. Huh. Clyde, we're not going there. Come on. I thought we did that already. Let it go. Yeah, or I kind of like that Bacco, whatever, overseas. They're comparing him to Jokic. Say if there were 2 or 3 knockouts a night, the one they choose would be the one that got the money. Oh, so out of all the knockouts, the one they choose to be the knockout of the night. I was gonna say Little Fire, yeah. He rocked that kid, that twin, yeah. I understand, but you're still putting both of those in the same sentence, dude. Quit comparing them. Pope couldn't scratch Cal's jockstrap. Probably because Cal was always ahead. He didn't have to come back. Those stats are so misleading. Man, Little Smokey's one of my favorites, but he's lost like the last 2 or 3 fights. He can't beat that one twin. They need to switch twins or something. I want to see him go back to. I want to see Little Smokey and Macho Man go back at it round 3. Macho Man he gained weight though. He's in another weight class. When he gained weight, his boxing went downhill. Oh, he can coach. He's won 900 games. No, Frank's going to play. I think they're just precautionary right now. I mean, if you're not playing any games this summer, he's going through some workouts. He's dressed at practice. He's not just sitting out doing nothing. He's doing things. He may not be in the live 5-on-5 stuff yet. But I do think Mark Pope wants another 5 because he is kind of worried. But no, I'm not worried about Kepnong. No. Man play on broken leg. Maybe so. But you know what? There's some other coaches out there too that don't get the same criticism that should have more championships than what they got. He's going to be handing them water. He's not very good, Josh. Now, Cal can't hold a candle in the X and O's games to like a Patino or some of those guys. I think what Cal done really well, he was ahead of his time with the dribble drive and trying to do the NBA stuff, but the game's modernized and he's been too stingy to change. Well, yeah, the huge uptick in the three ball, definitely. Because, when he was at Memphis, he recruited athletes. And he would just out-athlete everybody that would get rebounds, blocks, steals, and get out in transition. And, never got shooters. I like Potter, too. I just don't know if he can play at Kentucky. But we'll find out quick if Kepnong ain't healthy. Absolutely. And that's the one thing that I think Kentucky's going to excel at this year. They'll be able to space the floor with, Cam Williams, Momchilovich, Wilkins. They're going to be able to stretch the floor. Yes, he's on the roster, Josh, but he's probably not going to play a whole lot. Oh, why? Because you read something that said he was struggling? I'm not buying it. I saw it too. But every time they show a video clip, who's hitting the three? Hawthorne. Now, he may not be worth a darn. He may not be worth a darn, but it's too early to say you're not sold on him. With all this, I can see a lot of the old coaches getting out of it. Carl Izzo, I know he don't like it. Cal don't like it. A lot of these older coaches probably said, I've done this too long. I'm out. I think Cal would like to make one more Final Four, but he's still got some good talent at Arkansas. But it's not easy to get to the Final Four anymore when all these other schools they got the same type parity. That's what I'm saying. We appreciate what Cal's done. If you don't think it was time for Cal to go, and I'm a Cal fan, but if you don't think it was time for him to leave Kentucky, then you're delusional. His last 5 years were mediocre would be the best way to describe them. That's the best. And that may be giving him too much credit. But you can still appreciate what he did here the first 10 years. But now that he's the enemy, we go kick his ass. Yeah, Ultra, everything I've read about him and heard about him has been positive. Pope talked about him in his interview today. He says he's got a college-ready body. Said he still has some growing to do, but, he's a freshman playing in the SEC. But, I definitely like the kid. You seen that Zion's going to redshirt this year? I don't know what that would do, but possibly. What's up, Icon? I was wondering where you were. I figured you were busy tonight. I usually don't stream on Wednesdays. But since a couple of you are new just now joining, I leave for Vegas tomorrow. I am taking my laptop, and I did find a webcam. So I'm going to try to go live from Vegas. But Ultra, I'm a high school basketball coach. I coach high school girls in the state of Kentucky. Every coach that's ever coached a game has won some, lost some, been out-coached some, have out-coached some, have won some battles, lost some battles. At the college level, they've won some recruitment battles. They've whiffed on some. They've all done it. Now, why do we hear about Cal and Popes the most? Because we're Kentucky fans. That's who we follow. Those are the people we follow. I'm sure if you followed a lot of Michigan State fans, a lot of Kansas fans, even some Duke fans, there'd be some that would criticize their coaches as well. But we always hear about Kentucky, and it's just sad, but the negative voices are the loudest, and the loudest are the ones that get heard. Cal's got a solid team this year, but I don't think it's Final Four. I think last year was his chance. I go to several games at Rupp, but I didn't go any last year. Carl, I heard that last year, and I bought every Trent Noah hype there was, and I look like a fool. I'm going to wait and see. Oh, she's still at UK? Okay. Are you going in the morning or are you going tonight? Yeah, I know that. You're not asking for a whole lot, man. You're not asking for a whole lot. Louisville, Arkansas, UNC, yeah. Florida, that's a tough task. They're tough. Yeah, national media like Jeff Goodman. That field of 68 just, that pisses me off. But also what kind of some Kentucky fans, and I know you can't tell people how to fan, but if I lived the life they lived, I'd be miserable 24/7, because the moment after Pope signed Momcilovic and shortly after he signed Hampton, I was seeing comments like, well, I don't know why you're all excited. Pope's going to be fired after this year anyhow. The dude's out there working his ass off, man. It's not going to kill you to say something positive about it. If you're a fan, cheer for the team. If Kentucky decides to move on from Pope after this year, which I don't think it's happening, but if they do, then we root for the next coach. He's still at Kentucky. Hey, we may run and clock Kansas. That's not even a thing in college, but in high school, if you're up 35 points, the clock runs in the second half. We may run and clock them. Hope I didn't just jinx it. I don't think he truly is. You've not heard anybody from the university say anything like that. Listen, if you're a Kentucky fan and you listen to Mark Pope talk about the state of Kentucky, talk about his time at Kentucky, talk about the players, talk about the university, and you can't tell he's passionate about it and loves it, then there's something wrong. Everybody should want that man to succeed. I don't even watch him. I don't even give him time of the day. Hey, you better watch out. That explosive diarrhea is going around. Hey, if you've been eating some contaminated lettuce, there's goobers. And I don't think so either. I mean, the one thing you don't want is I don't want Pope. I don't want Kentucky to be set backwards. You lose a coach. That means you're probably losing some recruits too. Then you're starting all over again. And I don't like that. See, I don't hate Pope, but have been critical and was usually down at first. But after him dismissing those criticisms with action, I ate crow and I admit it. I always want. Listen, I think it's okay to be critical. I think you can be critical constructively and not make it personal. And, listen, my assistant coach is one of my best friends. But there's times he comes to me that he's critical of decisions I make. And listen, that's the way we grow. Having some uncomfortable conversations and things and, taking that criticism is how we grow as people, how we grow as coaches, players, whatever. You just got to take it. Like you said, you got to suck it up, admit it, and go on. Oh, I can't stand to get on Twitter after for example, I've already seen it. And I'm sure you all have too. Costa Rica, once he commits, Pope whiff. I'm so sick and tired of hearing the damn whiff stuff. And if you listen to Maggie Davis, I believe, did an interview with Michael Moreno, who is Malachi's brother. He talked about the whiff. He talked about the players and how they see the negative stuff from the fans on social media. If he don't do good in SEC tournament, loses more than 10, or doesn't make it past Sweet 16, you know they're going to be hating. Now, listen, Icon, with the roster we have, if all that happens, he may deserve some criticism. I'm not saying he deserves to be fired. I'm saying he may deserve some criticism. You're right, 100%. Right. We reached out to who? Scott Drew. I think we've reached out to Mark Few, Billy Donovan. It's a good point. If you're a run off one of your own that truly eats, sleeps, and bleeds Kentucky Blue, it says a lot. And I don't think a new AD is going to fire a major program coach his first year. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see it happening, Captain. Exactly. Back when he played was some of the greatest time of my life in Kentucky basketball. Seeing my parents so happy, myself being 94 to 98. I agree. I think he's shown that, and here's the thing. Like I said, and I'm a firm believer of this, and I could be wrong. I've never coached at the D1 level in the SEC. But I would like to think that every coach in Division 1, 2, 3, NAIA have at some point in time missed out on a recruit that they wanted. It's the nature. Sometimes it ain't about what you did. For example, how many times did you hear Kentucky people say, if Momchilovich doesn't go to Kentucky, it won't be Mark Pope's fault because he's done everything he can do. He's practically rolled out the red carpet. Sometimes the decisions they make don't make sense to us. I don't think you can always blame the coach when a kid don't want to come here. Yeah, I know. I saw that we got to pay his full price of like $5 million or something. It was going to be like 2 something. Now we got to pay 5. And you know what? And he wants all the smoke. He gets it. He understands the expectations. If he's not meeting those expectations, he wants to know about it. I think that's admirable as a coach. It might be the best team. They had like 12 McDonald's All-Americans or something. It might be the best team in college basketball history. Now, I'm sure some of the UCLA teams with Walton or Alcindor or some of them, but maybe the 90, was it 90, 91, maybe UNLV running Rebs, but nobody compares that 96 team in my eyes. I don't know if I'd like Nate Oates. I don't know. I don't know if he's a likable guy. I know. I mean, Pope stood on his business, 10 toes down, and that's what I like about it. He was honest. I think Mark Pope's done everything this offseason we could ask him to do. $5 million as opposed to 2.5. Yeah. I don't like Oates because of all the off-court. Hell, if you're on Oates' team and you damn near kill somebody, you're playing the next game. You're suiting up. And that's kind of like Hollowell. Hell, I don't know how Hollowell's still on a roster. Yeah, if we get Nate Oates, hell, he'll be getting guys that have been drafted back over. He's tried that a couple of times already. And that guy that he got, the guy that Baylor got, hell, he transferred to James Madison or George Mason or somewhere. Our athletic director now is Jay Batt, Jbatt. I'll put it in the comment for you there, Josh. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's a good person. It'd be hard for me to root for him. And I'd rather lose with Pope than win with Oates. Hey, I did not know that. Okay, so he's on the roster, but he can't play. Okay. Yeah, they were up 25 points when they tipped. What's up, my man? Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitter today. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. If it's your first time here, man, give me a like and subscribe. We'll get you on the show one night. Love talk basketball with you. If you want to, at least. Some people don't want to come on the screen. Well said. Also, I'd rather lose with Pope than win. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not saying that all these coaches aren't dirty in some way, because I think there is dirt, shadiness, dirty, greasiness to all of them, but I'm down on Oates. Right, I agree with that too. Yeah, he signed. Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm getting ready to go to Vegas, so I don't know when. I'm coming back Tuesday, and I usually do shows on Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, but yeah, I'll probably, honestly, Todd Golden's probably going to get one of the trading cards. This is the one I made of Con John this week. I'm probably going to do a Todd Golden one too. Maybe call him Golden Showers or something. I don't know. But that's the card 5 of 10. Once I get all 10 done, I'll have a set of them. I'm getting them printed this week. I will put 100 on black. I play a lot of Texas Hold'em too, and they got the World Series of Poker going on. It's probably a bad week for me to be going. My Edgemar, I'm pretty sure, was 20-something points a game. I think it was a record. And some. Oh, yeah. Oh, there was a back when Walt Mashburn played, so early 90s. There was a picture floating around on Facebook today where Kentucky beat Tennessee like 90-some to 40-some or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that shocked me, but I still wonder too how much influence Daddy still has. No. Now, do I think Dan Hurley can coach his ass off? Yes. Do I think he's a good fit at Kentucky? No. 100% no. He was a point guard too, wasn't he, Jake? And he entered the portal again this year. Because I think I saw us linked to him at one time. He went to Villanova, right? And transferred to Miami. Yeah. Looking back now, hindsight's 2020. But the criticism we had about depth, having people at multiple positions, things like that, Pope fixed. We got depth this year. We may have too much depth. Like I said, on his interview, he said he will, cut down the rotation. But I'm telling you right now, I don't know. I got sidetracked. I got a text. I thought it was something important, but it wasn't. Oh yeah, 31-point yeah. My boy Chris Harrison from Tollsboro, Kentucky, hit a 3 in the corner over there. Hit 2 threes, I think. I just don't think Dan Hurley can coach. I don't like his whiny ass crybaby attitude. I just don't think he'd fit well here. Bruce Pearl's another one of those guys that can coach. But I'll be honest with you, Carl, we'd probably be on some type of probation for something. I don't even know how you get on probation now with being the Wild Wild West. Never know. It's possible. I'm telling you, I know. And Zoom Diallo loves him. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just going to be downright honest with you. I love his personality. Like, he's always in videos and pictures when he's at the Ronald McDonald House with the kids. You know, when they go out and play their games or whatever, he's always in the middle. I think we're going to like Frank Kebnong. He may be one of those fan favorites. And all we need is 10, 12 minutes and 5 fouls. Caden Lewis, yeah, he went to Villanova, then he transferred to Miami this year. Dusty May will be back in a year or two. Do I need to remind you? In Dusty, no trusty. Look at that evil look on his face. He flat did Michigan dirty. He dirty recruited Mark Pope, and then he jumped ship. I agree with both of those. I think they both can coach, but I don't want them at Kentucky. I loved Mo Diabate, but I'm kind of glad he's gone. I don't think we needed him this year. He's not a Pope player. And that may, you know. Him at Kansas could be. And I can't believe Mick Cronin's still at UCLA, and I definitely can't believe that there's a top 3 player in the 28 NBA draft that wants to play for Mick Cronin. Cronin benched his own player, ran him out of the building over something dumb. Listen, I know, dude's a clown. If I cared enough about Mick Cronin, I would probably make a card of him, but he's not relevant enough. Next card, no lie, is Polacek. Instead of Trader Jack, we're going to have Trader Jake. He left KSR for Card Chronicle. I can tell you what, I thought that was a good sign for Jay Batt in Kentucky when he talked about how much he liked him, how good he was at his job, and how he hated to lose him. I thought that was all positive for Kentucky. But I think we're going to start seeing a lot of these older coaches, Peanut, get out. They hate the NIL. I mean, he's got little man syndrome. He's 5'2". I think Pope does a lot of great things in-game coaching, his adjustments. You know, they wouldn't come back at halftime of being down 14 or double digits if they weren't making some type of adjustment. I think his offensive sets, when he have his pieces, I mean, he's going to be fun to watch this year. But I hope his substitutions get better. And I just hope he figures out some type of rotation that's consistent. And That's a good question. I don't understand how. I mean, hell, I don't understand something. How can Ryan Hampton be number 6 in the class, commit to Kentucky, and drop to 21? Tell me how that works. Math ain't mathing. They hate Kentucky. Man, New York Post is even writing, guys, we're about to see something big in the WNBA. And I know some of you probably don't care about it, women's basketball, but when the New York Post is writing, this is New York Post, WNBA scorns its best. Targeting Caitlin Clark is a disaster for the sport, which I agree. I mean, she's the golden goose. She's a cash cow. Why would you want to target her? Why would you want to make her life miserable? I know it's jealousy. I know what a lot of people say. A lot of it's just jealousy, but I can tell you, I mean, they're selling out arenas. They're getting first-class flights. What about this, Carl? The Stokes hoax, lifting up the Kentucky hat with his fingers crossed, with the Kansas hat laying right there. Hey, peep the Stay Hot podcast on his water bottle, though. How you like that, Carl? Stokes is enemy number 2 behind. We're talking about players now. Stokes is number 2 behind Rob Wright. And the only reason he's not number 1 is because I blame Mark Pope for a lot of his recruitment. Mark Pope held on to thinking he could get him. They said Hampton had a bad game at some jam deal, and I'm like, one game you drop him 20 places, and did you notice the Knippel kid suddenly in top rating? Yeah, and listen, he was a 4-star kid. Does he have a high upside? Absolutely, but he was a 4-star kid. He's nowhere near what Con is, not yet. I'm not saying he can't get there. Those kids are talented. I thought Con Knippel could have been Rookie of the Year, but I knew they'd give it to Cooper Flagg. But Con Knippel could play, and I'm sure his brother will be pretty good too. Peanut, I'm divorced. I'm not a good one to ask. I wasn't able to figure it out. If there's anybody that would do load management, I can see Stokes being the one, but I also think he's got a little bit of a competitor dog nature in him. I can see him wanting all the attention, wanting all the press, the media, the headlines, but I can also see that side too. But if you notice, Darren Peterson set out a lot for Kansas, but he's killing the G League. Yeah, and I think I've said this before. I hate saying dodge the bullet. I don't know. I mean, when it comes to an injury, now if it's attitude things, whatever, fine. But I feel bad for this dude, man. You know, I feel partly. You know, I did a show about it. I feel partly responsible for his injury. I may have jinxed him. I said, you know, he went to St. John's and Kentucky may have got lucky because he probably ain't gonna play a full season anyhow. Well, he's not even gonna play a game. Yeah, I definitely think there's some karma there. Kentucky, but you know, look, Patino helped Pope again. I honestly, if we're playing, if we play decent, I think it's 13. Guys, I'm telling you, I got to set up an Indiana Fever Caitlin Clark podcast. The amount of people that's anti their coach right now, I could get them on here in an unfiltered podcast, and they'd be going nuts. Their screenshot, or they got screen recording plays of an offense where all Caitlin Clark did was she set 2 screens off the ball. She wasn't even involved in the offense. Stephanie White's doing everything she can to get Kelsey Mitchell everything, and I don't know why. I'm furious. Coach Kelsey, do you think the Indiana Fever should fire Stephanie White? What do you think? Do fat puppies hate fast cars? If I can grow me a little goatee, I think I got a little Pat Kelsey in me. Is the Pope Catholic? Fat puppy hate fast cars? Do ducks swim in a circle? Two best players are freshmen that are extremely self-absorbed. Coach that probably retires in September. I'm saying that he'll make it through this year, but I'm saying he already has regrets that he didn't go ahead and retire. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen Taylon Kenny in action. He's a player, but some of the people in his camp and circle I hear aren't the easiest to deal with. And if you remember, it was Pope and Kelsey. It was at Taylon Kenny's when they went to visit him on a recruiting trip. Pope and Kelsey got into it in the front yard. Pope was supposed to go see him first. Kelsey got there and was tired of waiting, went in and saw him first, and Pope got there as he was coming out. I know who he is. He's from this area. I know who Taylon Kenny is. Hell of a ball player. I know that. But I also know this. He'll have an adjustment at the freshman. I mean, freshmen have an adjustment. I mean, very few freshmen come in right away and dominate college basketball. What a shit show. Listen, you don't know how many times in practice and games, you know, we were playing this year, and I remember we scored 67 in a game, and I didn't have any idea what was going on. I look over at the bench, and all the girls on the bench are standing up doing. I'm like, what is that? I didn't even know what it was. Did you listen to the Mark Pope interview with KSR today, Icon? I thought it was a good interview. I thought Pope did a great job. Pope does not duck or dodge tough questions. And I like that. I mean, now there's a possibility for that as well. I just wonder how, neither one of those two dudes are selfish players. I've heard some people wonder how they'll get along. I think they'll play fine together. Oh, man, don't tell me that. I really want to look like Pat Kelsey. A college basketball analyst who wears those big black square. Oh, what is his name? Hold on. I know who you're talking about. College basketball analyst that wears big, thick, black glasses. Well, I thought I did, but nothing's coming up. Who? I said college basketball analyst, and all they're giving me is pictures of glasses. I did. I know a lot of people don't like Dickie V. But I think Dickie V is very good for college basketball. Yeah, I do too, and I hope he gets to do a game at Rupp. He seems to like coming to Rupp. He loves the UK cheerleaders, which I can't say I blame him. Oh, that's one thing we didn't talk about. I still can't find it. I like those big, thick, square glasses, though. I might have to get me some of them. Only thing keeps coming up is Mike Tirico, and it ain't him. We didn't talk about that West Virginia on Black Friday. I don't think it's been finalized yet, but I don't mind playing West Virginia. Don't mind playing them at all. That could be a good non-conference game. Oh, Harry Carey. I could still remember him now. Take me out to the ball game. Hey, did he ever sing Go Cubs Go? Uh-oh. Hey, this is legit right here. No, that came after he died. Okay. This is from Poly Market Sports, so it's pretty legit. And I saw somebody else comment on it. A group of 11 Republican lawmakers have sent a letter to the WNBA commissioner demanding the league take full accountability for multiple attacks against Caitlin Clark. Thank you. I was sitting here, I was still typing in. 11 Republican lawmakers sent a letter to Engelbert demanding them take full responsibility for attacks against Caitlin Clark. I mean, she's got everybody in the league a lot of stuff. Why are they jealous? Yeah, he is kind of a super dork, but that's all right. I like him. All right, guys, it's 1:38. I've done 4 hours. I've got to go to Vegas tomorrow. I'm going to put 100 on black for my man, the Ty Show, Coach Ty. I don't know if I'll do that tomorrow or not because we're arriving at Vegas a little late. And then I'll plan on doing a show from my laptop on Sunday with the webcam. The webcam's old, so it may not be good quality. I won't have any pictures or anything with me because I'm using my laptop. I won't be using the setup I have now, but once again, I know I don't usually do Wednesday nights, but we've had a pretty good following. We've had at least 70 to 90 on here watching the entire night. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks to everybody from over there on Twitter for coming out and joining us. Thanks to everybody on YouTube for watching. And I'll be back on Sunday. So stay tuned and stay hot.
Amen.